Hello and welcome. I'm Mercy, the Game Master, here are the Three Monsters, and we're back with episode 7 of season 1 of our campaign. Our party is in the process of returning to Capstone with dire news. Their scouting mission to find out what the orcs were up to in the forest has yielded probably way more information than anyone in Capstone had, would have wanted. I was going to say they could have hoped for, but no, more information than they would have wanted. Which is that there are, in fact, a lot of movements going on in the forest between orc tribes and even possibly evidence of collaboration between the orc tribes. So the party is, I'll say speeding in somewhat air quotes if you've been keeping up with the episodes, speeding their way back to Capstone with information that the town may very well be in imminent danger. Last session, the party took stock of kind of how they felt about the revelation that Rubato has access to some magic that can animate the dead, and people had different opinions on that. And then the rest of the night after their ambush and their defense by the goblin zombie, the rest of the night went by uneventfully. The next day, they headed off clockwise around the lake around Capstone, and they encountered a group of orcs that were fishing on the southern shore of the lake, which they dealt with quite handily. And then they continued their way around and got to the mouth of the river. That seemed like it would be a relatively straightforward thing. Alondite on Amina rode a rope across the river so everyone else could guide themselves across in relative safety, but several party members ended up being washed downstream and a rescue ensued. After that, they managed to get across the river with no small amount of effort and finished their day turning northwards towards Capstone. As they did so, and as the light of the day wound down, they ran into a bard who called himself Rennick. And we left off with the party at their campsite, preparing for the night, and with Bahir conversing with Rennick about Bahir's long-lost brother. So that is our situation. I'm going to go ahead and roll intro here, and then we will get started. Big thank you to Atkinson1020 for recording the voiceover for this intro. This intro, if you haven't heard the spiel before, is an in-world prayer that the people say around bedtime, meals, etc. And just kind of a fun thing to set the stage and get us into the mindset, and then we'll hand things back off to our players here.
The peace was lasting, long and true, from mountains to the ocean's blue. Man and elf and dwarf and gnome lived together, hearth and home. The cities grew, then kingdom came, the wise and true. Long may he reign. From cult to church, the truth was spread. The heretics were filled with dread. First they lied, and then they stole. The peace we had, no longer whole. They sought to kill and undermine, but truth was found before the time. We banished them, all but a few, then built ourselves a kingdom new, no longer marked by war and sin. Banar did give his grace to men. No gods, nor fiends, not great nor small, can penetrate his peaceful wall. From mountains to the ocean's blue, this peace will last us long and true.
All right, welcome back to our players. So I know the end of last session was a little bit raggedy because we ran a lot longer than I think any of us had intended. And we were all pretty tired, but Bahir spent some time with Rennick, who exchanged some information with him, and then the two of them came back to their to the campsite to kind of start making preparations for the evening. Rennick was helping out, building fire, cooking meal, setting up the tent, but some people were still feeling a little distrustful of him. And I think that's pretty much where we left off.
Here.
Good.
Here. Wait.
I just kind of
When we get back to town, but here comes family.
Yeah.
My mother might be able to tell you more about that.
Do you think they will let me come with you?
Oh, my house is free reign.
Oh,
My house.
I thought you meant talking about. Gotcha.
My biological actual, not my.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
But the leader of our guild is not elf.
Mm. Oh, it's like an elvish symbol?
It might be. I don't know for sure, but
Oh, okay.
if it is, my mother.
Or I think Roboto said it was like arcane-ish.
ish.
Right?
Ska's mom is lovely too.
He is.
Just as a quick reminder, in case anybody doesn't remember, because as previously stated, it was very late. The description was specifically that it looked like a part of an arcane rune, but it was like mixed together with.
That's right.
Okay.
So as you guys are making your way around camp, Rennick, munches on a little bit of food that you guys had offered, or that Bahir at least had offered him, and then kind of sidles his way back over to you, and sits down on a log or what have you.
Mm.
Do that mini is so extra.
Very extra.
It's gorgeous.
And sits down with you, and he's just been kind of humming his way around and whatnot. You still haven't seen any signs of any instrument or whatever. I know the mini has like a lute or something, but he doesn't have an instrument. And kind of hits you up, and he's like, I last time we talked, I may have been remiss. You'd offered me to share the tale of kind of what's going on with your brother, and I blew you off because frankly I needed the money. But and also I felt like I'd probably heard all of it. But in retrospect, I've only heard it from his perspective, and I don't even know if you like your brother. Which is really none of my concern in general, but I suppose that you might have kind of another take on things. So I wondered if we might swap a tale for a tale.
You have another one, or you mean like?
I'm afraid I've already told you most of what I know about the situation with your brother, but I know a great many tales of wonder and woe.
What if I give you my tale in exchange? You spread word that not only I'm looking for my brother, but people who might be amenable to helping him and I in the future.
So you're blowing off his offer to share stories, and instead are just asking him to evangelize for you.
I mean, like, I'm still gonna share my story, but
got it.
Yeah, like I'm gonna tell him, but like I'm saying in exchange, he like tells it to other people, I guess.
Right. He looks maybe a little downtrodden as he is a storyteller, and you essentially said you didn't want to hear his story, but he's like, yeah, that sounds fair to me. He
was saying he had a different story. Oh, sorry.
yeah. He said he had many stories of wonder and woe.
Oh.
You can retcon that really quick if you want.
Why not you all do the thing that I told you to do, and then I got some coin left on me, for the other tale as well.
that perks him up a bit. He straightens up himself a little bit, and he's like, all right, fair enough. And
Okay.
let me assure you that Rennick the Wanderer is a man of great discretion. So I picked up on and kind of does like points at his own eyes and like points at your eyes. Like I see you, like I got you. He's like you had some thoughts about the secret society that I told you about last time when I said I thought your brother should have worked with them. You seem to want it to be a little bit more choosy than that. So I will endeavor to be choosy as well. When spreading the word.
I mean, of course it depends, right? Like I know my friend that's in the party is a part of a organization that might be a little shadier, but I mean, they have good intentions,
he just like raises his eyebrow.
For what I know, anyway. But anyway, yeah, I'll basically tell him the video that we made a while ago.
Well, not everybody has seen it. You might as well at least give a recap here to bring everyone up to.
I'll talk about how I grew up on the other continent. What's it called? Al-Shamsi. That's the one.
Al-Shamsi.
Yep, at Al-Shamsi. And with my brother and my father's kind of gone a little loony with the help of his other wife, my stepmother. The evil stepmother. And how my brother got ran out because my father was afraid he was going to try to usurp the throne. And then now I'm here looking for my brother to hear that he actually is trying to usurp the throne, and I think that I probably want to help him do that.
Right, so he's not taking notes or anything, but he's listening very intently, making good eye contact, munching on his food while you chat, kind of looking around every now and then to see the reactions of anybody else at the campfire while you're telling this story. But he stops and he's like, kind of like rocks back and almost kind of like claps his hands together, and he's like, wonderful. So what I'm hearing is that your father grew suspicious of your brother, who was not doing anything wrong, and essentially banished him. And then now your brother actually wants to do what your father thought he was doing in the first place.
Exactly.
I couldn't come up with a more fateful story myself. This is glorious. And then you said you showed him your ring earlier, right? When you were trying to
yeah, I showed him.
He's like, would just to bring a little bit of credibility to my tale, would you be willing to give me a a wax pressing of your ring so I could show that to people so that they know that I'm not making this up?
Can I
would not.
Can I toss a sense motive check out there to see
sure,
if he has good intentions?
Sure.
I'm looking good
I would
vibes.
advise heavily against this.
I'm just watching.
Where's my sense motive? 12.
Everybody in chat's just rioting. Everybody hates Rennick. He really hasn't done anything yet.
He's been nothing but helpful to me. I mean,
as far as you know.
Yeah, you don't. You kind of look him up and down, and I mean, obviously, you can still make your own decision here, but you don't see anything that seems like an obvious sign of deceit. A lot of times people will kind of adopt a more reserved posture, or kind of kind of like look down towards their toes, and you don't see any obvious signs like that, at least.
And I'm not like molding it, right? I'm like stamping it. That's what he's saying. Like I'm gonna stamp it into wax.
Well, he was asking you more to like, I mean, I guess I don't know. It's kind of either, right? When you use your ring on, like to seal an envelope or something, you are kind of creating a mold of it. So okay. He's more just asking you like to wax stamp it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll do that.
Yeah, he's not over the top, right? We don't have Dandelion from The Witcher, but he's just like glorious, and like pulls out a candle and like lights it to the fire and like drips a little bit of wax on just like a scrap of parchment that he has. It's not anything fancy, but
is he also going to Capstone?
Yes.
Okay. Once we get to Capstone, I'm not sure how I'm gonna have people contact me is the thing. Like, do you think you have a way that you could be able to get into contact with me? Because we're probably going to be moving around.
Magic isn't exactly my forte, but we could. We suppose we could explore that together when we get to town, or I guess worst case scenario, we could make a plan to meet somewhere at set a date and a time. Well, not a time, I suppose, but set a date and a location.
I would like to cast do sense motive on him, saying he is not a magic man.
Yeah.
As I'm eyeing him over my book.
You guys are also suspicious.
So that's a 13.
I'm rolling on this too.
We got, if anything, he should be a suspicious one. We got Mr. Necromancer over here, Orc Dude over here.
Well, to be fair, he doesn't know about the necromancy, but yes, you guys are not the motliest crew, but definitely not the most standard operating fare either.
We're like dragging and like semi-torching this poor orc dude over here.
I mean, all right, Alondite hasn't left yet. Alondite has the...
Once I'm staying quiet in this matter, and I'm just observing. I'm saying nothing.
Same, just back here behind my book.
Yeah. So what was Rubato's total? Was what?
13.
-2 for sense motive. Awesome.
Yeah.
Also, I see that they've made a small update to the way that the like chat log works in Talespire. I like it. It breaks things up a little better.
Oh yeah.
And what was Bahir's total? Just 12. You had no bonus to it.
It was just 12 earlier with the ring thing.
So your read on his body language, Rubato also, and again, this doesn't necessarily override suspicion, but you don't see any signs of dishonesty in his body language or in his tone of voice or anything.
He's going to kill us in our sleep.
That's why we have a watch. That doesn't happen.
One person watching outside, one person watching inside.
Anyway, I was thinking I might know somebody who might be able to help us once we get to town. But she may be expensive.
Like, well, money is not something I have in great supply right now. But I'm not opposed to seeing what our options are, and who knows, maybe we can trade some favors or some stories or something.
Mm-hmm.
Favors.
Anyway, for that other wonderful story you were talking about,
like a big ostentatious wink at Rubato.
Oh my.
You've been very helpful recently, so I'll give him some gold, and then I'll message you how much I give him.
Okay. All right. So he whatever I got that type
Yeah.
of answer, and I thought, okay. So yeah, you slip him some more coinage, which he takes somewhat surreptitiously, just kind of not making a big deal out of it, right? It's kind of like that awkward thing when like a family member gives you a birthday card with money in it, and you want to acknowledge the money, but you also don't want to just like make a huge deal out of it. So that you have to kind of like do that dance of like, oh, look, this card is so nice. I mean, obviously, the card also is nice, but kind of like, oh, this check just fell into my lap, or this cash just fell into my lap. Weird. Like, oh, the card. Thank you.
Oh, $400. What?
But then also, you have to kind of like, you don't want to go too far the other way and not acknowledge it. So it's like, hey, thank you. Yeah. So he's just kind of trying to go avoid that situation is what we're going for. So he just kind of like grabs it and slides it over to himself. And kind of gives a like almost a placating gesture. He's like, you're too kind, and and I wouldn't feel right not honoring your kindness with a bedtime tale before I lay down for the evening. I'm afraid I'm not much use on watch or anything like that, and I assume that folk dressed such as yourselves are have that all taken care of. But I will give you a choice among three. I can tell you the story of the enigma of the eternal forest. I also have for you the ballad of the sky dancer, people who could allegedly sing and soar among the clouds, and then last but certainly not least, the tale of the lonely willow.
The Lonely Willow.
Yeah, I can type in the chat too if you want.
I like the enigma of the forest.
Enigma of the Forest, The Lonely Willow, and the Sky Dancers.
I think
Peeking over my book, I like the forest one.
Ava raises her hand and says, I second the forest one.
He kind of gives you like a finger guns and is like, excellent. The one about the forest or the one about the tree?
2 for 1 special.
I
would say the first.
Yeah, make
The first one.
Make a diplomacy check to see if you can convince them.
Ooh, let's go, Ava.
My diplomacy is not very high.
Ooh.
Oh,
She says.
She said.
18.
All right. Yeah. How? Just lay it out for me. How are you going to try and schmooze them a little bit?
Well, since willow trees are typically in the forest, and we said the forest won, and we've been very, very kind to you. We've welcomed you here in our camp, and
this is more like extortion than convincing.
I think it would only be fair to, maybe have some hear 2 stories this evening. We've had a hard
want
check.
her to throw an axe at you. He's very good at hitting.
Okay, now it's a protection racket. This is going well.
And I think we've worked hard. I think we've welcomed you with open arms into this camp. I mean, not everyone. And she kind of like side eyes over at Druge. But I think
This is probably not going to help at all, but I'm like across the flame looking at him over and I'm like, it's going to be a long night.
And then Drew chimes in, do you have any that keep you quiet? That'd be my favorite one right there.
You got to pay extra for that.
So against the arts around here.
So at first, like Ava kind of starts to lay it on thick, and he's he's kind of like puffing up his chest a little bit, but then also like everyone else starts like chiming in, and he's kind of like kind of like stepping into 2 worlds, and he's like, perhaps one now, and one with the folks that care while they're on watch. Yeah, and kind of like shrinks down a little bit, like, don't hurt me.
Don't listen to them. We're all fans of the arts. Your style may not be exactly ours as well, but we all like a good story.
Like, all is doing a lot of lifting in that sentence, but we can work with it.
I'll pat it on my back. Don't worry. We've made transactions, so I have to protect you, even if it is against some certain people. Now look over the campfire at Druge and Alondite. Oh, not move over there.
Like, all right, you know what? Challenge accepted. I'm not new to all of this, and I've worked a tough crowd before, and I suppose if my presence is too grating for some of you, locks eyes with Rouge, then you can just go for a walk or something. And let's see, it was Ava that convinced him. So he's like, and how about you, lass? What's if we're doing 2, what are we starting with?
I think the first one you mentioned, the Enigma of the Forest.
Eternal Forest. Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Excellent.
This better not have anything that sounds like the Three Bears. I've heard that one before.
All right, so he kind of kicks off his shoes and takes off his hat and like, big stretch and kind of walks around the fire, like slowly turns it into a little bit of a strut. And I wrote out like outlines, but presumably he's going to talk for more than like 45 seconds. So I'll give you guys the top level version of the story, but for the sake of time, I didn't want to read out a like 5-page story to everybody here. So
Druge really has no interest in this, so he goes and takes a nap.
All right.
So Druge is going to have no information when it comes to this. Go ahead.
All right. So he's he's starting to like work his way up into his presentation, and so as he's walking around the fire and talking, it's kind of like lean into one person and like do a little like razzle dazzle and and then like grab a stick here and like wave it around to represent what he's talking about, trees and whatnot. So he's like, all right, deep within the heart of the forest lies a realm untouched, passage of time, where ancient trees stand watch over enchanted groves. He like scratches a little like drawing of some trees in the dirt under his feet, and mystical creatures roam freely. The spirits of nature hold sway here, weaving their magic, like kind of eyes Alondite as he's saying this, through every leaf and branch, ensuring the balance of life is preserved for all time. When darkness threatened to engulf the forest in its shadowy embrace, a chosen few rose to defend its sacred depths. And same thing, he kind of like kicks up the fire a little bit. These 3 guardians were oath-bound to protect the forest at all costs, wielding ancient powers bestowed upon them by the spirits themselves. They stood vigilant for ages untold. He puts his hands on his until one day, one of them disappeared. And soon after, chaos. Despite the best efforts of the remaining 2, the forest became filled with malevolent spirits, evil beings, and foul deeds. He like jumps up on a rock and like tries to cast a big shadow. So much so that the forest itself becoming strange and labyrinthine. Even the sun struggled to find its way. Nobody knows what happened after that. But untold ages later, there were shouts and the clash of battle ringing throughout the land, and said that the forest shook and new life has been breathed. And then he stops and does it.
Ava starts clapping.
Juice lets out a fart mid-sleep.
Does any of that sound like forests I've heard of?
You could make a knowledge history or a knowledge local check, whichever you want.
No. You don't know any forests.
I was too enwrapped in the story.
Would, after this roll, would I be able to do a knowledge religion check?
Sure. I was tabbed out of the game to look at my little story outline there. I didn't see that you rolled a 1. I just thought you were saying no because you didn't have the skills.
I don't. I do, but I don't have any ranks in them, and you need ranks in knowledge skills, right?
Ish. They're the weird in between. So anybody can get up to a 10, but 10 is the maximum result that you can get for a knowledge that you're not trained in.
Just ask him a general question if it's this battle might have anything to do with Burnin. 19.
Ooh. Okay, but what is it that you're rolling? You're rolling knowledge religion.
Knowledge religion, +2.
Okay. But then you said you're also going to ask him that question, or is that?
Yes. If the ancient battle would have had anything to do with Burnin, the Peacebringer, and just what is written in the text. Or if I would have any knowledge of this, or if there's any cross-referencing.
Right. So I'll try and kind of address the knowledge and the response there. So knowledge-wise, as far as you're aware, it doesn't sound like anything that you know, but the kind of general like archetypal theming of the world changing and like evil taking over, and and then some force that is appears to have come and changed things, and like goodness spreading throughout the land. Like, those kind of have undertones of a lot of like stories and scripture and whatnot that you're aware of, but the like that exact tale of like a magical forest like filled with like strange beings.
Okay.
And then as far as like actually asking him that, he finishes his extra bow, and so he goes over and gives Ava an extra bow as she claps for him, and kind of scoots down next to you and says, I don't know anything about the timeline. Some of the stories that I know I get firsthand, and some of the stories that I know are folklore, and maybe some are myth and some are legend, and some are somewhere in between. I don't always necessarily know, but the story that I heard this one from did seem to be in earnest, but I couldn't tell you if it was 10 years ago, 100 years, or 100 lifetimes. I don't know.
Do you know where this forest was?
I don't. I've suspected, that it could be a few. I'm not personally traveled outside the kingdom, but I know stories of faraway lands. But obviously, to some degree, you play on the strings that you have, so to speak. So to myself, I always wondered if it didn't have something to do with the Stormwarden Woods. And as he says that, he can kind of like side eyes Alondite to see if you like react to that. Mm-hmm. Similarly, I suppose, the stories of magical creatures and strangeness happening in the woods could very well also be talking about something up to the north of us. The elves in the winter woods are strange, distant folk who have many powers and abilities and knowledge beyond that of certainly at least most humans. So, as far as in our own backyard, one of those would be my guess, but there's certainly not the only large forests in the world.
I was curious because I've been through some pretty creepy forests up in the north.
Kind of like perks up and scoots over towards you a little bit more. Kind of like steeples his fingers and kind of like puts his chin on them, looks at you intently.
Yeah, that's where I came from, and they get pretty dark and mysterious up there, even during the day. And I got chased by some shadow people.
Like rocks back, and it's like, what is a shadow person?
I don't know, but I didn't like it. I've been trying to find out more ever since.
I suppose that's fair enough. And what about you? Where is your forest?
To the north, north of Capstone.
But you obviously are not elven, unless you're the shortest elf I've ever seen.
At last I checked, no. No, all of us gnomes lived up north there. We were traveling south towards Capstone.
Kind of like cocks an eyebrow at you.
I cock one right back.
Were you under the protection of the elves?
No, we'd always lived up there. We were relatively close to elven lands.
He like looks genuinely surprised. It's like, I'm not familiar with this. Do you have like a map or anything that you could give me? I was just going back to Capstone to kind of like make my normal rounds, but if I could go somewhere and learn new things, I would certainly welcome the opportunity if it's nearby.
It's quite a ways up north. I don't have a map. I actually got lost when I was coming south, separated from my family, and that's what I'm doing here, trying to avoid the shadow people and find my family, pretty much.
Well, two worthy goals, I suppose. Although I'm disappointed that I can't see your home with you. Perhaps our paths will cross again sometime in the future, and you can show me this place.
Yeah, have you ever heard of the Calidarum or Ter degli Albieri?
Cutting right to the chase, huh?
Yeah, that's where I'm from.
More questions about this evil in the forest, if you have any answers to that, or if it was just a generic mentioning.
He like sort of cocks his like ear to you, but like almost kind of brushes you off and like makes a very obvious kind of like look up and down at Rubato, and like, you look too well dressed to be like a ruins resident. I don't understand. I'm
sorry, a what resident?
A ruins resident. There's some folk that live up there, or so I've heard, but they're generally kind of pathetic. I don't think there's. I guess I didn't expect to see you wearing, be so well dressed.
Well, we always dressed quite nicely up there. Thank you very much. I mean, my outfit is a little torn around the edges. I was camped out in some ruins not that long ago, but that was close to Capstone, not where I'm from. You must be mistaken. You are the second person who's told me that, though.
So you lived in ruins, and then you lived in different ruins?
No, I lived in a city, a town. Terdegli Albieri is our town. And then when I got lost in the woods that I was telling you about just so eloquently a minute ago, then I kind of hid in some ruins for a bit. Till these guys found me.
Like kicks back, thinking, kind of looking confused. And he's like, how long ago was this? Like I wasn't aware it had been resettled.
I mean, we've always lived there. It was wasn't that long ago. I kind of lost track of time in the woods, though. So I'm not sure. What's today?
28th?
No.
Yeah,
no, it's later in spring.
In spring.
No, it should be the 58th day of spring, actually.
He's still engaging with Rubato, but definitely like Rennick is kind of like side-eyeing everybody a little bit, like kind of taking in your reactions and like what, whatever else that you may be doing. I suppose that you might have some different accounting of days there. I've never heard of a month being that long before. I suspect that something's getting lost in translation here. I
get that a lot.
Gives like a little bit of a nervous laugh. I am vaguely aware of the place that you're talking about, but I'm not sure. Perhaps we're talking about things in the wrong terms. Are you? Well, I guess we're both going to Capstone, and we already kind of committed to doing a little bit of research together. Let's try and find a library or something together.
Yeah, right. I'm a big fan of
I would love to hear more of your tale and to see if I can't kind of figure out whatever local jargon or timekeeping or whatever you're using, and see if I can't piece together an interesting tale.
Yeah, I can write down our calendar for you. That's easy enough. I dropped something.
What did you say?
I dropped something.
Oh, sorry. I was in character.
I did say it in character, but yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, so he'll we can kind of like fade to black on that scene, so to speak, and he'll kind of like look over whatever you're able to draw up with him, and try and kind of, like I said, make that commitment to go to a library with you and try and sort things out.
I'm a big fan of books, so that's easy.
Anyway. And what was Alondite? What were you trying to ask?
I became intrigued when you had mentioned the evil in the forest, and if that was just a passing mention or generic evil, or if you were able to elaborate on that.
No, I heard the tale from a lad that had heard it from his grandfather, sort of thing. and it sounded like they weren't from the forest. They lived somewhere, somewhere along the line. Somebody in his lineage lived near the forest or nearish to the forest. And so it was everything was kind of I guess not secondhand, it's firsthand, but was kind of like observed at a distance as things kind of touched their life. It sounded like they were relatively simple folk, and somewhere along the line there, they had been impacted by nearby events, but there was no like named evil or anything like that.
And no one's been able to add or verify or take anything away from that event since?
I find the more fantastical the tale, the less likely people are to take it seriously. So I haven't ever really gotten, people enjoy the storytelling and the theatrics and whatnot, but I can't say if I've ever really had anybody pile on and add to the story or anything.
Because I think if it is from the Stormwarden Woods, I used to be from a town not far from there, and it's coming to ruin, or at least been somewhat of a lesser town. Close to it.
Sorry, would you say that again?
I said I come from a town just off of Stormwarden Woods. It's become of a lesser town now.
I mean, did any of it sound familiar to you? I guess. Can you fill any of that in for me?
No, I mostly stayed in my town. All of it does not sound familiar to me.
Yeah, it's a similar-ish like situation, but no, I never heard anything that would have really placed it anywhere. I had the impression that it was at a minimum probably hundreds of years ago. So that may be wrong, but that was just kind of my read on what I was hearing. Kind of the way, kind of trying to piece together a timeline or what have you, but it's really hard to track that sort of thing when it comes to folklore.
If you manage to actually keep your word and be useful all the way to Capstone, I'll manage to swing a few extra gold your way from the church.
I have to say I'm struggling not to take offense. I've done nothing but do what I said I would do, and even a bit more. Although I certainly can't commit to doing anything as far as mutual defense goes, or what have you. I'm afraid I'm rather useless in that regard. But I told you that I would tell you tales, and I'm doing so, and I'm need to be a good traveling companion. I don't think I can promise you any more or any less than that.
Well, understand our point of view that it's not every day that you run across a solo traveler coming upon the late of night.
The read is somewhat
But here looks at Druge.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So I was gonna say, the mood is like somewhat playful, but he kind of like crosses his arms and leans back and is like, and likewise, I would argue it's not every day that one meets a group of esteemed individuals such as yourselves like this, and I've treated you all with nothing but respect.
And I appreciate that, but understand our point of view, and it will be proven once we get there.
Don't mind him. He's a little difficult. I think the word is the best word. overly cautious, to be more kind.
Like, fair enough. I've heard things around here haven't been, totally above board or we're not exactly walking on the King's Road. So I get it. I try and keep my eyes about as well. But I think we'll be just fine. I appreciate those of you that have been open to me, and I'm very curious to learn more about your little friend over there. So then he kind of casts his gaze around the fire again and is like, well, I suppose one more for the night, and then I'm feeling a bit on the tired end, like your friend over there.
Sounds good.
You're just off to bed.
I've been asleep. I just figured I'd move to show that.
Yeah. And don't forget, you can also knock yourself down if you want to. Oh, you did already. Perfect. Yep.
Not on my screen.
Oh, really? He looks laid down to me. And
he's laid down for me.
Yeah, Talespire's weird like that sometimes. The statuses don't always get pushed through to everybody.
Huh.
So, this time around, he's a little bit more, just a little bit less energetic, because it probably took him like an hour, right, to kind of like weave this whole tale and whatever that he gave you guys before. And so maybe a little bit less energetic, and he's been performing for a little bit now, but he's still, kind of goes through his exercises again really quickly, kind of stretches, you hear him kind of like almost voice check himself a little bit, and then he kind of scoots down next to Ava, who is the one that kind of begged out a second story here, and kind of gives a good to the point where it's like he's intentionally doing it, and then just like flashes you a big grin, and then is like, once upon a time. Every good bard has to have at least one story that starts out there. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there stood a solitary willow tree, edge of a babbling brook. This willow was unlike any other, for it was said to possess a gentle spirit that whispered secrets. Those who listen. Like leans in and whispers that. Long ago, a young maiden named Alara stumbled upon the willow while fleeing from her troubles. With tears in her eyes, she poured her heart out to the tree, seeking solace in its shade. To her surprise, the willow responded with a soothing murmur, offering comfort and counsel. Word of the enchanted willow spread throughout the nearby village, and soon people from far and wide sought its wisdom. The lonely willow became a beloved confidant, listening to the joys and the sorrows of all who visited. Then one fateful night, a darkness unlike any other descended upon the village, came swiftly and without warning, swallowing the village whole in its malevolent embrace. And when dawn broke, the once thriving community lay abandoned, its streets eerily silent, its homes empty. In the aftermath of the disappearance, rumors swirled, and few dared venture near the forsaken village. Some whispered of foul magic, others spoke of vengeful spirits angered by the trespasses of mortals on their sacred land. Some, gods themselves. Even now, uncounted ages later, legend has it that the lonely willow still stands. On quiet nights, when the moon hangs low in the sky, the willow's whispers can still be heard by those who listen closely, showing the timeless wisdom of. Same thing, right? There's probably more interwoven there, but this time it's a little bit less theatrical. He's not kicking dirt up and and making a big show of it this time. It's a little more somber. You know, he's trying to fit the mood a little bit more, and you know, and also like I said, kind of landed on extra thick for Ava, since she was the one that like engaged a little bit more with the storytelling and you know, and wanted the second story.
He's a flirt.
Doesn't that sound like old Capstone?
What was that?
Does that not sound like old Capstone? I talked to everyone else who's kind of like engaged.
Didn't old Capstone get overrun by like goblins or orcs or whatever? Or do they not know what happened?
I think that's current Capstone, and
We don't really know.
we don't hurry. But I try to
Is it
listen.
by
really
hills
closely.
though? Like when we were there before, I don't feel like it was particularly hilly, other than the mountain that was over there. But
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously there may be hills here and there or whatever anywhere in the world, but no, the area is not particularly hilly or featuring of significant elevation change, other than it's
and it was
fairly
pretty
flat.
thick forested, right?
What's that?
The story made us. I said, and it was pretty like thickly forested.
Yeah, the area immediately
Yeah.
around on the north side of the lake, you know, where the town is, obviously has been clear cut and whatnot, but beyond that, yes, it's a like a medium to heavy density forest.
Yeah.
I sit quietly and just listen
Maybe
really hard.
it has something to do with Roboto stuff. Maybe like deeper in the forest or something.
And maybe we should stay away from all willow trees moving forward.
Only ones that are by themselves on top of hills, though.
Well, the name Alara. Let's think about that name. What does it sound? Does it sound human? Does it sound gnome? Elven?
You can make a knowledge local check on that, or somebody can to answer that in character.
Alara. Sounds like Alara work to me to make those kinds of rolls.
Would knowledge history work for that?
Sure, probably a little bit. Yeah, that works.
I know nothing tonight.
Knowledge nobility wouldn't help either.
Move
I'm
over,
just-
Jon Snow. Rubato's taking over.
I'm just sitting here with Ava enjoying the stories.
What about knowledge geography? Or is it like
Actually, yeah, go ahead and roll knowledge geography.
okay? Dirty 20.
Ooh, okay. So as you guys are kind of like, you know, chatting your way through this and you're working your way through it, you know, he's kind of chiming in periodically. I just don't want to like usurp the conversation, but you know, he's chiming in periodically with like, ooh, or like that's an interesting idea, or that sort of thing. But as you guys are kind of talking through it, then all of a sudden it hits you, and it's like, well, capital of the kingdom is called Alaran.
Oh.
Like that sounds oddly similar.
Whoosh.
I don't
I've
have
never
a
been
zoomed in map that shows Alaran, but Alaran, for those that can't, you know, that are looking at the map, is the west central coastal town at the mouth of the river.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you know, do with that what you will. And he engages in your kind of your theorizing for a little bit, and then period, you know, he's, as that's going on, he's getting yawnier and yawnier, and he says, you know, you'll have to let me know if you crack the code on this one. I've pondered over many of these for a great long while, but you know, sometimes another set of ears helps. But you'll go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of like excuses himself to like off to the side a little bit and lays out a bedroll.
Thank you for telling us the two stories.
He like grabs his hat and puts it on so he can like sweep it off and bow for you one more time.
Yeah,
Thank you
thanks.
for listening.
Can
and
Ava
also
do like,
and kind of like again, like not quite finger guns, but kind of like that sort of like and it's like, and thank you for paying towards the Bahir.
I threw him a coin too.
That's true. That's true. You did.
Not nearly as many as Bahir, but
all right. I've also, while we were doing that, I was kind of like rolling random encounters and whatnot in the background to move the rest of that along a little bit. So I don't remember. Druge is not normally on first watch, right?
No,
No,
last.
he's on second.
Okay.
For last.
So him being asleep doesn't really change anything there. So great. Go ahead and have first watch, folks.
I'm sorry. Before when I go to lay down, I'm going to like put my ring away like somewhere safe. And also my money.
Okay.
Like sleep kind of like on my money, I guess.
Okay.
You can keister it.
Rubato's got this.
Why is my limiter? I'm still seeing peaks when I laugh, despite the fact that the limiter is supposed to be a hard limit on volume.
I don't know.
All right. I see a couple spot checks come through there. Oh,
yeah,
excellent.
I did listen and spot. Yeah, they were great. Oh
Man,
So's
so many
mine.
ones tonight. Holy crap.
Heard it.
what?
Well.
I rolled a 2 and a 20, and you rolled a 1 and a 19.
All right. So the two of you managed to, kind of piece together your your listening and watching skills, and maybe muse your way through some of the stories a little bit more, and otherwise keep an eye on things. As far as you see in here, Rennick sleeps soundly. He's a bit of a snorer, but otherwise he's just
Rubato.
doing his thing.
Yeah.
You said you lived near the.
Yeah.
Did you ever see?
Oh yeah, all the time.
What'd they look like?
Like elves, tall, skinny, pointy ears.
They look like normal elves.
I don't know. Did they look like normal elves?
Yeah, that would probably be your definition of normal elf. Would be like.
Do they look like the elves that here in this from?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for the most part.
Didn't see any that looked a little different.
I don't know. Did I? Dungeon Master? Should I
mean,
roll?
like any other race, like they have their own sexual dimorphism and their own
Mercy does know what I'm angling.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Their own common and uncommon traits and whatnot. So there's definitely variance. I mean, you can I don't get hung up on this like general fantasy trope of like, all elves look exactly the same way with exactly the same kind of pointy ears and exactly the same kind of long hair and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So you're used to variance among elves. So there's not like just one template, but within kind of the realm of what would generally be average. What was your actual question, sweetie?
I'm essentially asking if
No, I know what you're essentially asking, but what was the actual question?
if he's different.
Got it. So yeah. So I mean, interpret that how you will. Like you definitely like see elves that look differently from each other. But how you want to interpret that or dig any deeper on what she's saying? Okay.
I mean, I did see one that had a buzz cut and a nose piercing. They were nice. A little aggressive.
Okay.
But I mean, they were, elves, I guess. Most of them were pretty pretty nice. Some of them were like that carriage driver. A right prick.
I forget, what did the carriage driver look like? Essentially white.
Aaron, yeah. Yeah, I described him like specifically that elf as looking like a your relatively standard Vulcan-esque elf.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Relatively standard Christmas elf. He sure wouldn't get off his shelf.
We're just trying to figure out where my others be with the rest of our.
Oh, okay. That'd be really interesting if we had family that was neighbors and we just didn't know it.
Right.
Huh.
Okay. That's all I was.
I mean, I have this token thing that. Oh, I'm not
you're
awake.
asleep.
Sorry, I'm not awake.
You're talking to sleep again.
I'm sleeping.
He does that sometimes, I've noticed.
All right. Otherwise, the rest of your watch together goes by uneventfully.
All right. Druge? All right. I think it's Druge. Is it Druge's turn? Or is it Ava and Alondite?
It's Juge now.
It's
Druge and Alondite. That's right.
Wait, no.
We go last.
so you wake everybody
we
up.
get the
I think it's
Anyway,
here and I, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess we wake up the wrong people this time. I'll wake up Ava.
Okay.
Morning, sleepyhead. Your turn.
Oh man. Felt like I was asleep for 5 minutes. I hate that.
Yeah, these shifts. Maybe we should start switching them around a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Keep telling them I could do watch by myself just fine, but
No, you
they don't
can't.
listen.
It's really hard to hit that REM cycle when you're second watch, you know.
Go to sleep, Skabosh.
Second watch is the worst.
Spot and listen, correct?
Yes. And I mean, we'll give them a quick chance if there's anything they want to say to each other. But if Third Watch wants to start doing their role, I'll just time. Good God! I think every single one of you has rolled a 1 or a 2.
That was Spot.
in
That
their
was
sets of
Spot.
rolls so far.
Here goes listen. Oh, what in the world?
What is going on?
So that's
How do I drop these without dropping them?
I feel like my list.
I think you have,
Oh,
once
there you go.
you have them in like roll.
I hit escape.
space, you have to. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no!
And then
will
there's
do
a 2 for Alondite. What in the absolute?
All right.
3.
And Druge
Wow.
gets a 3. I think literally every single one of you that's rolled a dice so far has rolled a 3 or less.
Hey.
8 to Spot, 15 to listen.
Can you?
I
type
got
it out for me just so I
18
can
to
track them, please?
Listen.
Yeah.
Oh right.
Thank you.
I hit a whopping 5. Excuse me.
What was
Nice.
your lower roll? 5? I missed it.
Yeah.
The dash is a negative, by the way, not like -1 spot. It's -1 spot.
Okay, excellent. And Alondite pulling out the -2 spot.
Oh, great.
But remember, things work like Gandhi in Civilization. So when you get negatives, you actually start seeing, and like it rolls all the way around. Your vision.
I've
is
got
so
my
good
night
that you're
vision
seeing,
infrared
like,
on.
the molecular realm.
So I got 19 instead this time.
All right. Is there anything in particular that Second Watch wants to address with each other?
Not that I
Not
had in
really.
mind. I guess maybe I just ask Bahir, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you trust this new guy?
Well, I mean, I would trust his intentions and like the information that he's giving, but like information, like, you know, probably a solid like 8 or 9 from what he's been saying. But like Am I going to leave my coin purse like out where you can see it? Probably not.
Yeah. All right, that's fair.
But
That's about how I feel.
yeah. So like I think it is fun to have someone that new in the party who's a little more lively,
Yeah. Yeah. I like to stories.
but not crazy lively like Roboto.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like if Alondite and Roboto had a kid. That's what this part is.
Whoa.
Right in the middle. That's all I
Yeah.
had.
All right. Your watch otherwise also goes by uneventfully. Which, to some degree is what you hope/expect. You've gotten closer and closer to like human controlled areas and further from the orc infested forest. So
Mhm.
I am still rolling for it, don't get me wrong, but we're so far so good. And let's see, our third watchers, that was Dr. Huge Time, Druge and Alondite, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like getting real comfy, like just drawing designs in the sand. And like, so like, I really don't trust this guy, but like, if in the end he doesn't do anything, I might flip a gold or two to him. Like, one of those low tips, just so I don't feel bad.
He ain't getting nothing from me.
You don't feel bad yourself about that? I mean, like, that means he starves.
Sounds like a personal problem. I don't trust him.
That's his job. That's like not getting paid for your job.
I still don't trust him.
I mean, I know it's a crummy job, but it's still a job. It's the trustworthy part that maybe get paid at the end of your job.
Yeah, well, you can pay him.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just don't feel.
a little bit. It's the showing up, asking for food part that's a little. That's a little moochy.
Mhm.
I don't like that. But
If when we get around to recording Druge's backstory video, if there isn't some epic smackdown with a bard that's made you hate bards, I'm going to be really disappointed.
I'll figure something out.
Make a note.
Is I guess I want to say, where is Alondite in relation to myself? Because before Druge went to sleep, he had saw that the bard was kind of decompressing, getting ready to tell his stories, and he mentioned kicking his shoes off. So if Druge can manage to do this without Alondite seeing it, he wants to throw the bard shoes in the campfire.
oh, I'm like totally not observant. Like I'd be just because my spot is so low. I'm like drawing designs in the sand. Like hey, look at this, look at this. You could do anything.
Okay.
You're like adding on to the pictures, right? Because I said at some points while he was storytelling, he was like using the stick to draw pictures in the dirt. So you're like,
Yeah,
those pictures.
All right, word, yeah. So let's
all right, make a sleight of we'll call it sleight of hand. Make a sleight of hand check.
I don't even know the -1, so let's hopefully I get a good one. All right, 18. Word. So his shoes are gone, burnt up into a crisp.
All right, Alondite, make me just a straight wisdom check. Just d20 plus wisdom.
I ain't got no wisdom. $14.
as you're sitting there doing your thing, playing in the dirt, you can't help but notice like the fire just and you can do with whatever or nothing with this that you want, but you do kind of like perceive like the fire, the smell just kind of like changes profile a little bit. It gets a little like a little tangy. It just kind of like it almost like a similar sensation, like if they're like when you smell blood, how you get kind of like an irony taste in your mouth. It wouldn't be irony because it's not blood, but like kind of same thing. You just have kind of like just a general like sensory like oh man, that wood must have been like a little, I don't know, rotten out, or maybe there was some like weird snails on it or something. But like, ugh.
Did you pee the fire?
No, I saw this. I saw it starting to go dim, starting to burn out. So I just grabbed a couple sticks. One of them looked kind of funny. I don't know. Maybe that was it.
You want him?
Do I want to
People's
pee?
daytime.
Yeah, sure. I'll pee in the fire. Put it out. Cover up my tracks.
Yeah, make me a deception check. And Alondite, make a sense motive to oppose that. Oh my god.
Now we roll high.
Yeah.
A deception check? What is that? Where's that on the thing?
Sorry, bluff. Deception's what fifth person calls it. Bluff. My bad.
Okay, so I have, what did I roll? A 16? So I have +2.
Okay.
Oh, I just have 16.
18.
16 versus 16.
Wow, I got 18. Yeah, I got 18.
Yeah, so it's 16 to sense versus an 18 to lie about it. So yeah, you managed to successfully lie about it. That's not to say that there might not be some consequences later when Rennick doesn't have shoes, but as far as Alondite's concerned, he didn't pick up on it. And then are you actually going to try and extinguish the fire via urination?
Yeah,
I guess. Yeah. And we're high-fiving while we're doing it.
Eiffel Tower.
Fun fact, that smells awful. I used to be in Boy Scouts, so I can speak from experience.
Oh, man.
All right. Wow.
Rolled at -2. We are not paying attention.
Was it? Oh no, I know. Yeah, I guess everybody else make me a wisdom check also.
19.
Oh, that's an 8.
Rubato knows the smell. He's done it before.
Well, it's more he's asleep. But yeah, Rubato, you wake up like gagging.
Oh, well, yeah. Guys, wake me up first. You know how close I sleep to the fire.
Wait, do I with
not
my
from
like
that. Like the smell, it really smells bad. So yeah, you wake up like oh, what the?
With my, how does that affect my like sight and sense of smell that I have from?
Yeah, whether you're conscious or not.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't.
Because
know
I still keep it like it's still active.
Yeah, because it's not like a spell like ability or anything.
Yeah,
right?
it's just passive.
Yeah,
It
so,
just is.
yeah, I think so. Same thing. You and Rubato wake up like coughing and gagging, like oh.
What is that smell?
That's pee.
I'm making breakfast.
All of our rations are cooked. How are you making breakfast?
Don't worry about it.
That ain't no breakfast. You don't
Why
want
would
to
you
eat
need
that.
to use the fire?
Well, it's got to get put out, right?
Can I like look in the fire and see like?
Only you can prevent force.
See if I can see
Right, we got to put it out.
that smell.
Oh, yeah, I didn't roll wisdom for Rennick either. Hold on.
As Drew just, only you.
Oh, my God.
Fourth.
Oh, whoops! That wasn't supposed to be this.
Oh God.
Or that wasn't supposed to be this spot here. Yeah, make a spot check.
Let's look up. 9.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
there's ashes
9.
in the fire, and maybe a little bit of an unburnt log left over, but
Mm-hmm.
as you guys are all kind of making a little bit of a racket, that'll just kind of over time wake everybody else up, which we can just call your morning wake up. Is fine. It's not, We're not interrupting your sleep or anything, but yeah, everybody wakes up over time.
Oh man, that stinks. What did you eat, Drooge?
Yeah, actually, that you might need to drink more water.
Whatever was in those rations packets, that's what I had.
Why would you cook them though? Like that doesn't make any sense to me.
Don't judge my culture's
cooked.
Don't judge my culture's food. Or my culture's way of cooking food.
I didn't realize asparagus grew in these woods.
Your culture is the cook.
That's the half orc.
food?
That's the half orc coming out of me. All right, we're not the brightest. Don't question my ways.
Mm-hmm.
I walk a little further away and get out my book and start doing my morning books. What?
Rennick wakes up and rolls up his bedroll and kind of stretches his legs and starts to walk around the fire, and then is like, "Oh, what in the world?" And then just kind of for the moment at least, just kind of turns the other way, right? Like turns back like upwind, and kind of excuses himself really quickly and like wanders off into the bushes.
He's like holding his nose, like gagging, like.
Drews walks into the nearby trees and communes with the spirit. And I gets himself set right for the day.
Sitting up.
Everyone to get back, including our new companion, quote unquote, and I'll start our prayer to the Peacebringer and see how he responds.
When he walked off through the bushes. Oh, go ahead.
You said see how he responds, and by that you mean like how he responds. Prayer.
Yeah.
Got it.
And for anyone who is of the faith, the peace was lasting, long and true, from mountains to ocean's blue.
Exactly. I'm gonna find something in my notes.
Ooh.
God, we talked about this. Realize something about your spells.
Yeah.
What now?
Nothing.
Uh-huh.
It has to do with the things we discussed the other night, but about the spell levels. I was just like, oh, I can do more things than I thought.
Yeah, remember there's a difference between spell level and caster level is an important distinction. Spell level never changes. That is the level of the spell. Caster level is the level at which you determine variable effects of.
Yeah.
When Ava wakes up, since like the fire is still kind of going, can she like soldier army crawl, like trying to stay like as if almost like below the smoke, even though it doesn't necessarily work that way. And she's like army crawling out of camp to like.
Yep, I like it. I like it. That's so weird, Amrath. Alda, I cannot find it in my notes. I swear to God, you asked me about that last time, and I gave you an answer, and I just wanted to be consistent with the answer, but I cannot find my notes where I wrote that.
Oh, about that answer? Yes, I already know that answer. This was just how he would respond.
No, I know, but the answer was yes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I don't know why I can't find that in my notes. Like, that's what I had in the back of my head, but of course it was 3 weeks ago or whatever, so I was a little uncertain. So I just wanted to confirm really quick, and I cannot find it in our conversation.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
Yeah, you go to kind of start leading like the morning blessing or whatever, or like to start setting up, right? There's like a little bit of a ritual to it. It's not anything too crazy. But like as you do so, he like it becomes kind of rote, and so like he actually starts to like lead it, and then like kind of like stops himself and kind of like looks at you and is like, whoopsies. And like waits for you to to start.
No, and then I extend my hand so that he can, because it's actually nice to have someone to partake in. So it actually warms my heart to have someone to share with.
Okay. So he gives you a little bow. He's not going to be all like ostentatious about it because it's kind of it's still like a little bit of a somber, but he is like accepting of your kind of like ceding initiative to him there, and kind of leads you through the ritual, and then at the end he kind of can't stop himself, but he's like, yeah, sorry, like I as a believer myself, obviously I know the words and whatnot, and as a storyteller, even though I may not be a man of the cloth, but it's not uncommon for folks to turn to me to lead a group or whatever, and I didn't mean to steal your thunder there.
No, by no means, sir. By all means, be the best you. And I kind of give him a nice shove, a pat, a leading. Way to go, champ.
Got it. Okay. So as you guys kind of start cleaning up camp, like several of you notice Rennick. Oops. Notice Rennick start kind of like circling around the campfire and kind of like looking around for something.
What are you looking for, Rennick?
I can't seem to find my boots. I know in the heat of the moment there last night when I was storytelling, I'm pretty sure I kicked them off around the fire here somewhere, but I didn't exactly pick them into the next kingdom, I thought I just kind of kicked them into a bush over here. I like being barefoot. I like having the dirt on my toes and just kind of feeling the world around me when I'm storytelling, but I thought I just like kicked them into a bush over here.
You didn't by chance kick them into the fire, did you?
Most certainly did not.
Okay.
I worked hard for those boots. They're made for walking.
I make like some kind of intelligence check to see if I can put some like strings together about what may have happened.
Yeah.
Okay. What would that be? Would that just be like a straight up like intelligence?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 15.
Walk me through that. How would Bahir potentially kind of like logic his way through that? What would that look like?
I woke up and we smelt whatever we smelt, but like I could probably smell it like stronger than others because like I could probably like I don't know, kind of like once he's like, oh, my boots are gone, which are like leather, I'd be like, those would probably smell like that if they were in the fire. After Alondite was like, oh, were they in the fire?
Oh, okay. That's a good line of logic. I'll allow it.
And then Druge told us that he cooked breakfast in the fire, and that's why. So he told us that he was the cause of the smell already.
All right. Yeah, I think you can. I think we can call that a leap of logic. What do you want to do about it?
Don't worry, Rennick. I probably have I have a spare pair that you can have because I mean I probably would, right? Because I have like the leather boots on my armor, and then I have I have another like outfit of clothes. So like I'd probably have a different pair of boots with those.
Yeah, that's fine. What kind of like quality of outfit is it? I don't remember.
It's an explorer's outfit.
Okay.
So it's probably like a pretty paid.
Yeah, they're good utilitarian. Like, you know, I mean, they're hiking boots, but like hiking shoes, but in like full-time boot form. So okay, so you're just gonna kind of like skip through all of that and be like you know, kind of like mentally shaking your fist at Druge, and then offer your other boots. Okay,
I'll like look at Druge and try to make him like feel a little guilty. Like, I have to give up my
still
stuff
off communing
now.
with the spirits.
yeah, Druge isn't here right now. Okay, so you offer him the boots. He's like, well, I mean, I thank you, but you know, and like he takes them from you, but he's like, I'd really like to find mine. I guess I
don't think your boots are able to be found.
Like he's kind of like looking up and down the ones that you gave him, and he's like, you know, and then kind of like slowly, like as he's evaluating them, he looks kind of sad because like the ones that he had were, I mean, they weren't like, you know, king shoes or anything like that, but they were of a decent make.
They probably like went with his outfit and stuff,
right? And he's like, "What? I don't understand."
I think somebody may have taken it upon themselves to throw them into the fire.
Out him.
Yeah. I'll let you draw your own lines as to who, but I don't. I think it's pretty obvious after I say that.
Like, well, I wasn't kidding when I said I worked hard for those boots. I appreciate your generosity, but and then, are you actually walking back into camp right then?
Yeah. All right, I'm back. I'm ready to go. Let's go, guys. Don't want to waste any daylight.
Look who it is.
I rolled reasonably well for his intelligence check also. And you come walking back into camp. All you know, just try to act like everything's normal. Make a reflex save.
Ooh.
Excuse me, what was that? Come again? Pardon me?
Like W in Iraq, you dodge the shoes, it gets thrown at you.
Oh, he throws my shoe?
That's a hilarious video.
Don't throw that into the fire.
Yeah, he even kind of like aims center of mass, but you managed to duck out of the way. No, not into the fire. But yeah, he just like, you know, yeets one at you, and then you duck, and like throws the other one, and you duck out of the way.
Well, I rolled a 20. Can I catch the second one and throw it back?
Chancellor.
Sure, you can. Make a ranged touch attack, I guess. So D20 plus base attack bonus plus dexterity.
Can I try to make like a reflex save or something, like sit between them? And, like maybe like the boots hit me or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lord.
Oh boy.
I did tell him that I would protect him, so I mean, I got 9.
So I rolled, you said plus base attack bonus and.
Or wait, that's probably not 9. That's probably more. I have a good reflex.
Yeah,
That's
so
a
base attack,
12.
so 14 plus base attack bonus plus dex.
So 18 total.
18, okay. And actually, probably not reflex for Bahir. Druge and Bahir roll initiative really quick. We're not going to like go into combat, but just for whether or not you react before him.
Mm-hmm. That's 14.
I have -3, so 9.
14, 15,
Okay.
16. I got 17.
All right, yeah, you managed to step in between them.
You hit me with my boot.
Drew's eyes begin to go glow green, and he starts chanting, and he has like this spiritual voice come over him, like, "Look, I can tangle us all up right here. We'll be here for a long time. No, don't push me."
I can put you to sleep real quick, bud.
Rennick, like, not super hard, but he gives like a probably a somewhat performative, but kind of like lunge around by here to just kind of like take a swing at Druge. And it's like, what the hell, man? Why are you messing with my stuff? I haven't done anything to you.
Can I punch him in the face?
I am here.
He reached around you, so I can't reach around you to hit him back.
I mean, you could, but
I mean, just in case there's a misinterpretation. So like he, you know, because like Bahir's right, he's doing the kind of like in the middle of two like angry people thing. So like he didn't actually hit you. He just kind of like sort of trying to like push past Bahir and kind of like sort of take a swing at you.
Okay, I thought he actually made contact.
Time. We need to get going. Please.
They are wasting time. Both of you are acting like children. If you don't stop this,
Are we gonna turn around and go home? Oh, that's crazy. We're already going home.
Apologize.
For what?
you burned his boot.
Yeah,
you threw
for
his
burning
boots
my
into a
nice
fire.
Where's the proof? Look in the fire pit. You see
We're
any,
not
you see any
stupid,
shoe remnants?
Druge. We're not stupid. You told us yourself you were the one who caused how much is stake in the camp.
We were ping. Alondite and myself both ping at the same time. You think that's gonna smell like roses? Come on, use your brain.
Make a bluff
I did not
check.
smell like pee.
You want me to roll bluff check?
Yes. Because
Okay.
you're lying about it again to more people now.
You also told us it was burnt food and not your pee.
Ooh.
That's true, actually.
A combination
Now
of
you're
you, but we
changing
were
your story.
actively ping. We were actively ping though. When you woke up, that's 18 total.
18 for bluff. All right. Anybody who's who can hear this make a
I mean,
make a
okay.
sensitivity check.
To be fair, they were definitely peeing. I smelled it.
17.
I've already done this bluff check. I was there, so I'm not going to roll again.
Yeah. And you already tried. So
We just had 2 1s.
we did have 2 1s. Yes.
As far as you're concerned, you woke up and saw us ping. You don't know how long ago it was that I cooked my already cooked food. Sorry that I like things extra well done.
It's like, well, somebody did it, and the only other person who would have done it is Alondite over here, and I don't think he did it because that would be really underhanded for a paladin to do, and then to come and pray with me right after that. And you're the only one that's been an absolute jackass to me the whole time.
Okay, I'm going to try and do diplomacy here and just like, it is possible, however unlikely, but still a possibility, not zero, that your boots ended up in the fire by mistake, by either being tripped over and thrown in by accident, by someone tripping, unlikely, kicking them in by mistake, like a really serious, unfortunate event, or you kicked them in by accident, unknowingly, when you threw them off. These are both plausible, however unlikely.
I feel like if you would have kicked them off and they went into the fire, we would have smelt it then and not this morning. But
The smell was us peeing in the fire. I apologize for that poor decision.
how high and mighty of you to lie, Alondite. And take
I'm
you
not
for
lying.
a liar.
I'm not lying. I peed in the fire. I'm admitting to it. I was there with Druge. I didn't see any boots.
So what was my 18 beat? Do we know about my bluff? Was that beat?
No.
I mean, I got 17.
Yeah, you wouldn't
but...
know unless somebody like called you out on it. But yes,
okay,
out of character, nobody sensed.
Okay.
And the diplomacy was not good enough to change Rennick's attitude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's happening, but we should probably get moving. We kind of have important business.
We'll find
Yeah, you guys are wasting too much time.
Hard.
Are you not, as a official of Capstone, entitled to protect the people of Capstone?
We're wasting time with this conversation. Let's go.
Okay.
If anything, I'm riding quickly with Amina ahead of this. We have lost too much time.
Rennick, like he puts on the boots and he does try and kind of like give a nod to Bahir. Then he goes and just like sits on one of the rocks over there and crosses his arms, and then like sniffs his nose and gets up and like moves a few more rocks further away, then sits back down and crosses his arms and like watches.
I will whisper to him, we will get him back tonight.
Oh boy.
Okay. I was gonna say he's gonna stay behind, but make a diplomacy check.
I love it. I love it.
I'll give you a +2 because that's good. I like that.
Oh
my god.
It's not horrible. I have diplomacy. Oh hell yeah, my diplomacy is actually good.
Yeah, it is good. I just remember exactly what it is.
It's 11 plus the +2, 13.
And not good enough. It takes a 15 to change their attitude.
Throw some more gold at him.
I'm not gonna throw more. I already gave him my boots.
He's like, look, you seem like an all right fellow, and so do most of the rest of the people around here, but I am not going to travel with somebody that is touching my stuff at night and lying about it, and I'm just not going to do that. So you and I made a deal, and I'll do my best to honor that, and spread things around. And if you want to spitball me a time and a location, I'll even try and meet up with you in the future. But I am not traveling with him anymore.
Okay, I will give him like directions to the tavern, maybe in like 2 days. How far are we from Capstone? We're like a day, right?
Yeah, you're like a day. Yeah, day and a half.
Like we'd get there like tomorrow.
So you'd have to force march to get there in 1 day, but you'd get there in like the middle of the following day.
Okay. Maybe meet us there at the tavern in like 3 days, maybe. Or meet me there anyway. I won't bring Druge.
That depends on who us is, and then then you correct yourself.
Yeah.
Like, all right, and you said in 3 days.
Yeah.
So this is the morning of the 29th of mid-spring. So you want to meet him on the I guess it would be.
Yeah.
Okay. He's like, I most certainly sounds good, and I really want to rethink the folks that you spend time with. That's a very not normal way to behave.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to cut him some slack. He may not be the normal sort of folk that I travel with, but I tried to meet him where he was and not judge, and
yeah.
Yeah.
We know that Druge works for the Scouts also, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'll tell him, who you should talk to is Scoutmaster Randall once you get to Capstone.
No, not the boss.
And you know what? When we meet at the inn, I have an inn with him, so we've met before, so I can introduce you even.
He's still he looks a little downtrodden, but he gives you a little smile and a nod. He's like, yeah, I would appreciate that. I'm not normally one for vendettas, but I feel like in my place, a lot of folks would have been a lot judgier towards that fellow, and I did nothing to deserve any of that. So I may very well talk to this captain with you.
All right, sounds good. All right, well, I'll see you then. Travel safely.
Yeah, he like offers you a hand, for a handshake, and
yeah. I'll check and make sure I still have my ring on the hand.
All right.
Before he leaves, can Ava like run up to him and like hand him a gold coin and just say like, thanks for telling the 2 stories last night. It was lovely. And because like he tipped his like hat off to her, she like wanted to do something in response. So she, how like when girls like curtsy with like a really long dress, she like doesn't know what to do, so she like tries to do that, but then like kind of stumbles a little bit because she's, I don't know, she just stumbles a little bit and then like runs back to the group.
Yeah, no, I like it. Yeah, he's sitting there on his little rock, and he if you look back over your shoulder, he looks a little bit happier. He's still bummed, but he was touched by your awfulness. All right, forward host.
Yeah, if we're getting ready to leave, before I depart the party and give them the farewell salute, I kind of start to ride off and give what is his name?
The bard, Rennick.
Rennick.
Yeah.
Rennick. I say, I haven't paid you yet. I have nothing on me currently, but if you manage to get to Capstone, mention my name and there will be a writ for you for 5 gold.
Are you on him, when you're doing that? Like you ride over to him?
Yeah.
Got it. So yeah, he stands up and same thing, kind of like offers you an arm for a clasp or a handshake or what have you, and like I appreciate that. You seem mostly like decent folk. I just it doesn't change my decision. I'm gonna just relax here for a part of a day and then get to Capstone a little while after you guys. I'm not going to subject myself and the rest of my belongings to whatever that was, but I do appreciate the gestures from the rest of you.
Do we have any spare crossbows on us?
We did. I don't think anyone took the last one we were tossing up. But we did have an extra one.
We should probably leave them with something to defend them. Here.
I have a sling.
Or we have those swords.
You look at this guy, I don't think he can lift a falchion.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if he can use a sword.
I'm sure he has some way to defend himself. He was out here by himself before we got here.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. He made it this far somehow.
All right.
Just hand him a pile of
As far as what you
rock.
can see, he doesn't. You don't, because like a crossbow, is a pretty big implement. Like you would see a crossbow. So
he did say he hasn't ran into any orcs. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a pocket pistol.
He did have those 2 finger guns.
It's true.
Wait, is that what you're referencing? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it wasn't, but that's awesome.
Okay, so are you going to leave him something or not?
Listen, the only thing I have is this sling. It's poorly crafted. I made it a long time ago. If you want it, take it. I have a few rocks here. Have at it. If you don't, I'm on my way right now.
All right. He takes it for lack of anything better to do with it, really.
Tell everybody he's on his way.
All right. So for anybody that doesn't remember the context, the plan here was that Alondite, having a horse, was going to leave the rest of the party to go on ahead and like report findings to the military hierarchy in Capstone ASAP.
I forget, was he taking the burrito with him or no?
No, because well, was he? I don't know if he has like a good way to take it.
I can stick it if we want to amend that. Since we solved the weight issue, since I'm already overburdened in the next weight category, I can tie him on with more rope that I have.
Yeah, since
on top of the
good.
On top of the clothing that I have on the back already.
So
and then we can force march more east.
So you can fold them a little bit and then tie them to your horse's haunches.
No, keep him in the tent bag and like kind of just like lash that over top
because they've been using the poles as like stretcher handle essentially.
Oh yeah, take those poles out.
I was gonna say otherwise you're gonna be like 15 feet wide.
Yeah, definitely take those out.
Like you have a furled sail on the back of your horse.
Just right off the back. Just
okay. Who wants to make whose modifier do we want to use
Ava's
for the use rope?
Oh, use rope.
Use rope. Yeah, I think.
What is your modifier?
+6.
Oh, yeah, yep. You look like you can tie a knot.
She's got her Girl Scout uniform on
after all.
Yeah.
Sorry, I actually use rope gets rolled in private because you don't know how good it is. So
that's right.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, cool. So Alondite is going to head off ahead. The rest of the party is going to march along behind, and Rennick is gonna sit in the forest and put on his new downgraded boots.
I give him finger guns as we walk off. See you around.
And I give him fingers as we walk off.
And not the thumbs up finger?
No, not that one.
Thumbs down?
Not that one either.
Like the Jack Black, like read between the lines.
Yeah.
Are you actually going to make a rude gesture on the way by, Drew?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you do, he's just like, yeah, whatever. Not all the stories that I tell people are, about far off lands and wonderful places. So, don't be too surprised if you have a bad reputation the next time you go somewhere.
Okay, whatever you say, buddy.
All right. That's probably a good spot for a quick stretch and potty break and whatnot, and then we'll accelerate our way the rest of the way home. So what?
Sounds good.
46. That's awkward.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try and be back by 5 till. Give people a little bit more time. I had been trying to say 5-minute breaks, and then usually we just didn't make it back until about 10 minutes anyway. So let's just try and be back close to 5 till.
Just a quick cap. Since I'm separating from them, am I going to be not part of it for a second? Because I'll take a longer break if that's the case. Or
am I going to have a longer break? You can, but I was just gonna kind of like bounce back and forth describing.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
So. Okay, cool. See you in a few.
See you soon.
Thanks for hanging out, everybody. That's hilarious, Rouge. I'm really curious to expand upon that with you. But we got a few more world hints and got to do a little bit of fun. Have a little fun with some storytelling and whatnot. Yeah, exactly. I'm last. So thank you to everybody for hanging out. We're gonna take just under 10-minute break here, and then we'll be back. So if you haven't been up off your booty in a little while, we recommend that you get up, move around a little bit, drink some water. Go to the bathroom, get a snack, and we will do the same. We'll be back shortly. If you're not already following, we'd love to have you put a follow on the channel. That way you get notified when we're live. And if you're enjoying our D&D content, you can also catch us on youtube.com/HearTheRemonsters. All of our D&D sessions are there. And we also have some D&D original content on our YouTube with more coming soon. So if you're curious for the full version of the story with Bahir's brother and where Bahir comes from, I'll link that one in specific. I'm really, really proud of that video. I think it turned out great. it is the morning of the 29th day of mid-spring. Therefore, the moon is still waxing, and it's a bit windy. It was windy yesterday, too. Reminder, started that day like 2 sessions ago.
Warm today.
True.
Warm yesterday. Even warmer today.
So, I just figured we'd use this map because it has like kind of a shoreline-ish. I haven't really made one that has like a lake because that's usually it's not important to like, you know, how far across the lake is because it's a big lake. Thank you, sweetie.
Good luck, Tin Man.
Yeah, I figured I just separated you guys so it's we can remember that we're separate.
Oh, imagination. He says that as I read off.
How do you guys see yourselves? I've never really thought about this, but like as a party, are you night owls? Are you morning people? Like how you know, because we have to go through the 3 watches and whatever, and so that's 12 hours of downtime. But like, do you guys tend to start your day at you know, like 6 or 7 o'clock when the cock crows, or do you are you more of the you know, the high school adventure variety, waking up at like 10, 11?
I think Rubato is more of a morning person these days.
But here's definitely more of a morning person. Like, get up, get his exercises done, like crack of dawn type of thing.
I agree. I think Ava's probably used to getting up early for like scout training and stuff.
That's kind of what I
think Rubato just sees a hint of sunlight wakes him up. just
He'd sleep in if he could, but he doesn't have a choice.
Yeah. He used to be a night owl.
Right.
It's been a while since I've really slept indoors for a long period of time, so last time I tried it, the church burst into my room.
Yeah.
True facts.
I wonder why that happened.
Because of Alondite.
All right. So you got a nice early start on your morning then, and a few hours, or like an hour or 2 in. So you know, a couple miles in, 4 or 5 miles in, that wind starts really kicking up into like a full blown wind storm. You don't have any fires right now, so you don't have to worry about fire being extinguished or anything like that. But it does make it really hard to hear, so there's probably not a whole lot of like travel chatter as you're moving. Obviously, it doesn't affect Alondite. You have to get pretty close to each other and really yell to be heard clearly. You know, those of you that have ranged weapons know that if for whatever reason you needed to use them, now would not be an effective time to try and do that.
Are we go walking into the wind, or is it like?
Yeah, you're actually walking pretty much head for like right into it.
Okay.
Was it windy when we first woke up?
It's been kind of windy for the last like day and a half, but it's like really kicking up now.
Oh yes, actually, can I check my watch for the weather report?
You can make a survival check.
Oh, we don't actually get the weather report that we usually get.
We just did.
I tell you the current weather.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if it was this windy when we first got up, I probably would have taken a different spell.
No, it wasn't.
But it was not this windy. Okay.
No, this is a actual wind storm that kicked up like a couple hours in travel.
Got it.
So today is the 30th?
29th.
Like yesterday was the 29th.
Mm-mm.
That was the 28th.
Yeah, we started in the evening of the 28th.
Mm-hmm.
And then you guys went on watch.
Because 3 days from then would have been
And then
the second.
And then Drew lied a bunch.
Yeah.
Hey, that's not been confirmed.
I think the bard knows.
Well, the bard isn't here right now, so that doesn't matter.
So yeah, what's your go ahead and make a survival check. Mr. Dite.
Oh no, that was just for like to know the weather, so I can write it down. Like the current weather.
Oh yeah, the current
Is it right down the weather?
Yeah, windstorm.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. Incoming hurricane, tornado, wind shear, and then dead calm. Right. Okay. Well, yeah. Other than the wind, maybe makes it just ever so slightly harder to kind of lean into it, but it's not really going to functionally change your travel a whole lot. Your travel is otherwise uneventful. If anything, right? Adverse conditions are good for those that can weather them because it makes it a bit less likely for there to be other things around. That being said, Ava and Rubato might potentially be needing a little bit of a hand. Here.
I'll like walk in the front to kind of like be like a windbreaker.
Okay.
With my cape, hitting them in the face.
We'll make a cape trail. I'll hold on to be here. Ava, you grab my cape.
It's actually a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
They are on the same side, on the same shoulder, me and Rubato. So.
It just might
Here's
get weird.
Kabosh has
If
got
there's a
a
real
little
big
mini
gust of
cape.
wind, you might end up having a like a caterpillar waving in the wind. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have an Ava kite.
I'll walk up front too.
So if we force march today, we could make it to town, right?
Well, it depends on how long you force march. You'd have to succeed on several checks to do it.
How far? How many?
4. And it's
4?
Yeah, and I believe we did the math, and it's 3 miles per hour, so it's an additional 12 miles, which is quite a bit.
Okay, so it'd be 4 checks. We could do that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Just remember, we don't have a horse
Yeah, we don't have the horse.
for the gnome and halfling.
Yeah.
We got this,
I mean-
though, guys. We might as well try. I mean,
we're only like an extra day. It could only be an extra day away.
Yeah, about a half day's travel.
I'd say it's worth trying. I don't know if I can make it, but
I am down.
All right, and Alondite, what is Amina's encumbered speed? It's 40, right?
I believe that is what we came to terms with, yeah.
That actually works out perfectly. So that would be 1/3 faster than them. And you need to, in order to actually get there in 1 day's travel, you'd really only have to make 1 force march check. So even if you fail it, like, you would still arrive. So go ahead and make a fortitude saving throw for Amina.
Okay, so she has a plus 14 for fortitude, or sorry, not plus 14, sorry, plus 4.
I was like,
So,
what?
I wonder where she's getting her fortitude from. I need to eat some of those apples.
Oats, baby.
Apple a day keeping the plague away instead of the doctor.
Although similar to that, like fish in D&D have a they have a big modifier to swim. They get like a +8, +12 or something like that to swim. But as a skill, swim is a strength-based skill. So I know it doesn't actually work this way, but we always kind of for fun like reverse engineered it. And we're like, oh god, they're so good at swimming, they must be so strong. Like, oh god, stay away from the salmon.
They are pretty strong. I mean, they'll knock you off your feet.
Oh yeah, but not that strong. Like, because relativistically, right, they'd have to have, that would be an additional in order to have like an 8 modifier. they'd have to have a strength of like 28 or whatever the math would work out to there, which is like giant strength.
No, they just have ranks in it. That's all.
I was going to say, just put all their ranks into it.
Yeah, and that's clearly what it is. We just always kind of amused ourselves with with making those jokes whenever we could.
So then what level would a fish have to be to have that many ranks?
Well, I don't think it's actually even ranked. I think it's just a miscellaneous modifier. But yes, you see now you're picking up what I'm putting down in general, though. That's
Exactly.
kind of the vibe, yeah.
Is that a class skill for them, or
if it's not,
So
then that's terrifying.
They'd have to have 8, right? So they'd have to be like level 7.
yeah?
It'd have to be level 5 to have 8 ranks. If it was a class skill, but if it was a non-class skill, then it'd have to be level 10.
And what do they put their levels in? What class do they choose?
Fish.
Yeah, fish.
Fish class.
Okay, hold on. I have this written down, and I have it written down for a reason. Give me a second. It's +11, but it's because base save is 5, plus the ability is 4, or +2, and then the miscellaneous for the run feat is +4. What is the +5 is the base save. What is that from? I have this written down for a reason. Hold on. The horse's base save is...
Less.
Base saves +5 for fortitude.
Yep.
Okay, so then +2 for its strength, dexterity.
No, it's a fortitude saving throw.
Okay, so there's no ability modifier for that.
Well, there is. It's included in the fortitude.
Okay, so I'll erase that.
Because yeah,
But then
fortitude
4.
save is class bonus plus con bonus. So
Okay,
the,
and
the
then
+2 from con that it has is included in that +5 fort.
okay, so then it's +9 for the fortitude with the run feat.
Okay. The 12. I think that might actually still succeed on the first one anyway. The first one's not very hard. If Thaedrus was here, he'd be chanting Force March in the chat.
Yeah, so the first roll was 3 + 9, yeah, 12.
He loves Force Marching. DC is 10 + 2 for each extra hour. So, yeah, you actually, she'll be tired, but she will not even be exhausted when you get there.
I pat her on. Good girl.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you spend, it's 9 hours straight of riding with probably a downtime once or twice to eat and use the facilities and whatnot. So it's like 10 days, like 10 hours of travel. But yeah, you bust your butt and get there at probably like after dinner time, right? It's late, but it's not crazy late.
Come rushing through the gates, I assume. Do I see anything like damage or orcs? Anything that looks like travel?
Everything looks normal as far as you see. So the way that Capstone is laid out, I can't actually summon you guys there. I don't have a good way to show it, but if you look at the map, So Capstone abuts the lake on the south side and more or less the mountain on the east side. So there, the wall kind of comes and runs along a little bit of the southern side from the edge of the lake to like the corner, and then runs north, and then runs east towards the mountain. And then the wall just kind of like runs to where it butts up against a part of the mountain. So the city itself has, it's like 2.3 walls, so to speak. The eastern wall is essentially the mountain, and most of the southern wall is essentially the lake. So you there is a gate on in each of the full walls, so you can come in the west entrance or the north entrance. You'd have to go a little bit further to get to the north entrance.
Also, there's no south entrance?
No.
Okay.
Because it's not that much further to get to the west one.
Okay.
And they didn't want to like encourage people to be milling around by the lake where they, like by where the wall meets the lake where people could be doing shenanigans. So, but yeah, as you pull, so you can like, especially coming from the south like this, you can straight up like see into the city from the south side, because the where there would otherwise be wall, where the lake is, and everything looks like you would expect it to. It's not, there's nothing in flames or anything like that.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to immediately run or ride to the, I guess it would be the scouts barricades or the militaristics, not the church. The military as opposed to...
So the northwest and northeast corners of town are where the military is stationed. So they have their own kind of like abutment where they've expanded the city walls and where their camps are. So it depends a little bit on who you're looking for. But if you come in the western gate, the northwestern camp would be the closer one.
Yeah, I would head to the northwestern one, because I would be familiar with the city, right? Being there for years.
I apologize. I was crunching in my pizza. What was that?
No problem. I said I'd be familiar with the city, living there for years. Yeah. So I'd ride there with haste, and dismount fastly, looking for any leadership, grabbing the orc, who I assume is still secure and unconscious.
Yeah, I would have.
He's probably awake.
I would have told you if he wasn't, but yeah.
Okay.
So I really wish I could. I don't know if I can summon you to this. I suspect not. Let me just check something. It's not finished, which is why I didn't have it like ready for today, but the work in progress thing would still potentially put more in. Yeah, I'd have to. Have an idea. Probably gonna yell at you and say, "Waiting for GM." Oh.
Yeah.
Waiting for GM.
Insert elevator music here.
Can't help it.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, I don't even have the cat. There.
What do you think you're in with it?
Whoa.
Oh, that's extra bad.
Everybody's gone.
Well, that's the best we've got for the moment. Just throw this together really quickly. So yeah, you won't be able to see the other 4 players for a second, but I have a like work in progress of the layout of town. So this is the northwest camp that you would be coming up to. So there would be, there would be a wall extending this way that you, this would be the wall that you'd be riding up along, and then there'd be a gate in the middle of this wall that you would come into the city. And then the city would extend out that way as well. And on the other corner up here, there'd be a second camp like this that's more or less a mirror of this one. These are like holding placeholders for where actual buildings will go. I have been working on them. Some of them are, I think, turned out pretty cool. Some of you that have been to the YouTube working stream already a while ago, but like we have some barracks that I've made. Probably spent longer than I should have, but we even like filled them inside and stuff that they would have, like cleaning buckets and storage boxes, whatnot. And then there's stables. Like an internal stable and an external stable. Or exterior, I should say. And training area. So I'm going to get all this stitched together. I just haven't gotten to it yet. But like a slightly smaller one. And a slightly bigger training area.
Nice.
So yeah, just imagine that those things are there. And then in Capstone, so back to this map itself. When you come up to the camps, there's like 2 smaller buildings right here. So it's like, it would be like 3x4 and 3x4. And then there's like wall here and then a tower. So have not made the towers yet. Once I do, then I'll probably start pasting everything up. Because most of the rest of these are either barracks or training ground. So you come into the city through a gate here, you ride your way like north up along, and then you come, so even though it is like part of the walls of the city, the camps are themselves like their own separate entities. So there's a guard tower here that is like actively watched, and then and then off to the side, on each side of the tower are like gates to pass in. So
perfect.
You would be approaching like this kind of this entrance, this kind of like fort, and then so then you're like hailed by a guard, who stops you. Who goes there?
It is I, Sir Alondite. I am in need to meet Commander, and then I kind of stumble across my words, forgetting who the Commander is.
It depends a little bit on who you're actually looking for. So the Marshal is Bridget, but you also know that Bridget would not be expected to be here yet. She would still be at Kalan right now.
Oh no, it's Captain Leona that I don't get along with.
Correct, yeah, and she would not be in here. Leona's at one of the chapels.
Okay, good. Well, since she's not there, yeah, a commander will do. Or I need leadership. Take me to your leader.
All right. So you just like claim to be a knight and say that you want to talk to their leader. They just like call, they're just still standing there with their like spear or whatever, like, and on what business?
Militaristic scouting duties.
And who sent you?
On behalf of Marshal Bridget.
Oh, there we go.
Got a name drop.
Yeah. All right. He motions down to somebody who cracks open one of the doors. And the 2 buildings that are at the foot of that tower, right there in that little kind of like structure, right where at the corner, like one of those is like kind of the officer on duty office. So you can, and there's a stable right next to there as well. The small building just to the side of that is a stable. So you can get in there and stable Amina, and then
Oh yeah, I toss her off to a competent stable hand.
Mhm.
I toss her off to a competent stable hand.
Yeah.
And then I'll swiftly grab the I have to touch the burrito. Is there like any way I could like untie it but like still have it tied around its feet and drag it off the horse?
Wait, what?
So I want to untie it from Amina, but still have it tied around its feet and like pull it off its horse with the rope.
Oh,
Off, but not touch it.
I mean, sure.
I got it.
Yeah, make a use rope check.
I can't. I'm stuck behind the wait for GM.
Oh, right. I have to come back to... Technically, those boards where Capstone is being made are a different campaign in Talespire. I understand, but I really wish that they would make it like a toggle. So I can, like, so I could unlock you while I'm gone, or have you be locked while I'm gone, instead of it just always like locked no matter what. There you go. Use rope.
Use rope check.
Mm-hmm.
+2. 13, 14, 15.
All right. Ava's rope work was good. The knots are good and solid, and takes you a minute to kind of like trace your way through everything and figure out like, okay, like I want to not untie that, I want to untie that, whatever. But you're able to figure it out and like untie the the one that like connected it to the saddle / like looped under the horse's, I don't know, belly, haunches. I don't know what the proper thing would be exactly. Yeah, so you're just gonna like pull it off the horse.
Yep.
All right, roll a d6 for me.
It's got the tent for padding, guys. It's fine.
Oof. Did we just get it all the way there and then you got it?
That would be absolutely hilarious, but yeah, so you pull it off the horse, maybe a bit more forcefully than you meant to, and like it falls. It's kind of like you get the on dry land equivalent of a belly flop.
Oh,
Perfect.
So, yeah, so are you just gonna pull it, or like what are you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm pulling that thing. I'm not touching it. It's being dragged towards the captain.
All right, you definitely get a few weird looks, but otherwise it's not particularly far. It's 20 to, I don't know, 20, 30, maybe 40 feet from the stables to the captain's office, which is designed that way very intentionally. So, yeah, you let yourself in. It would be customary to like salute and like introduce yourself.
All right, so I enter the door and I pull the orc in. I'm like, Sir Alondite, from Marshal Bridget, here to give a prisoner of the impending orc invasion. Situation is dire. They are actually mobilizing as we speak.
Sorry, I actually choked on food.
CPR.
Because remember, as far as like almost anyone else knows, there's not even like there's no rumbling of this. This is not like a well-known thing. Remember, this was like the initial inkling of this was discovered while you were escorting Bridget like 7 days ago. I mean, do what you're doing. It's great. That's why I'm like choking on my food, because you just come bursting in, like talking about this as if everybody knows about it. And for this guy, it's just like a frickin' Thursday, and you just come in and you're. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, hold on. It's roll me a d6 real quick. Not for it's not like a check. You're not like doing anything wrong or whatever. I just want to randomize something.
Well, that's off the map.
4. Okay. Okay. So, and I guess what's your kind of like general demeanor? You know, are you like kind of bursting in the door and like kind of like, you know,
haste? Urgency and haste.
Okay.
So a bit stumbling over my words.
So, you see the guy sitting behind the desk at the far side of the room, kind of like starts as the door, you know, like comes flying open, and you come like bursting in. And then he like, you know, like goes to stand up when he sees, you know, that you're there and in armor and whatnot, and goes to give you like a salute back, except you didn't say that you were saluting him. So he's like, and then kind of like stops partway through, and then you just start like bellowing about how Capstone's in danger.
Yep, no time for formalities.
Okay.
I'll give the formalities. There's a lot more details to go through, but we need to mobilize immediately.
So he's like,
whoa.
Like, I've never even heard of you. You're claiming to be a knight. Like, what is on the floor behind you? Oh, like, what is that smell? And then he's like, I don't even know what you're talking about, but you probably shouldn't be yelling it with the door open. And then he starts like gagging. He's like, wait, no, don't close the door. Like, okay, slow down. Who are you and what is happening? Like, I'm Captain Vincent. Like, what are you talking about? And who are you?
First and foremost, I am Paladin Alondite, recently knighted by Marshal Bridget as she was escorted to our clan. She gave us the duty to report and scout any orc activities and possibilities of encampments. Upon our scouting of said encampments, we noticed they were mobilizing towards Capstone. They have large armies with different banner types. I will get into those details later. I rode ahead of my band of my crew. They are currently on their way back. This information is absolutely critical that you act upon.
All right, make a diplomacy check.
+2, 18.
Nice.
All right. So he was kind of standing there, not like angrily necessarily, but he had a little bit of a closed posture. But he's like, he's hearing you out, and you see kind of like his arms drop, and he kind of relaxes his posture a little bit. He's like, all right, we're gonna need to break down some of the details of like what you're talking about, but I have at least actually heard of you, because I remember when your merry band of and then kind of like stops himself, and he's like, experts was sent to be Ava's or not Ava, for crying out loud, sorry, I saw Ava's name on something, was sent to be Bridget's guard when she was going down to Kalen. And I do have and he kind of like starts shuffling around through some stuff on his desk, and he's like, yeah, I do have a report here from a courier that came from Kalan a couple days ago, but that's usually pretty normal. It's usually just kind of reporting like, yeah, everybody arrived, like everything's okay. So so he kind of like breaks the seal on it and starts reading through it and is like,
sorry.
oh no. And of course, they don't have any of the information that you're talking about there, but it does mention that, like, Bridget's caravan was attacked and that she, field commissioned you as a knight and all that stuff. He's like, okay. So, he's kind of like, he starts to look like a little bit frantic. He's kind of like noting some stuff down and kind of like makes room on his desk, to like kind of write out some new notes and is like, okay, so you're saying you have to do with like this?
Correct. And I pull out from my pocket or my backpack the map that we had made or cross-referenced, and I spread it out on the table that he cleared, and I start pointing out all of the marks that we made and their movements.
Okay. And this is nighttime. All right. So he gets or like he kind of walks out from behind his desk and goes like he's gonna start to like go to the door. And then he like stops and shrugs his shoulders and just like yells out the door. He's going to go and open it, but it's already open. So he just kind of like calls out the door to like a page or, something like that. And is like, go and fetch Commander Albert right now. And you hear, like out the door, you hear somebody like confirm that they like received the order. So
it is critical that you know that there are other bits of information, such as I will have my medical and potions expert be here shortly. They do have potions and alchemy experts that are using stealth potions and disguisings that can hide their movements. To be extra cautious of that.
So he's like really screws up his face when you start saying that, and it's like, okay, hold on, like I don't want you to have to repeat everything until Albert gets here. So that's definitely a huge problem if that's true. Hopefully my page will be able to find him soon. In the meantime, what is this?
That is my orc, which you can interrogate and verify all of it.
My orc.
It's his pet.
My captain,
he's like,
which I released unto your care.
Where? Why? What? How? Orc? Why is it your orc? What is that like?
He is my captive, which I now release unto your care. We captured him at one of the encampments, and he can reveal all of the information of troop movements to you and of their research.
Okay. So he takes a few more steps closer and then is like, "Oh, take that outside. I'm not going to be dealing with that probably myself, but we'll get someone to watch it." And then he like squeezes past you on the like as far away from it as he can. Like squeezes between you and the wall instead of getting close to it. And then sticks his head out the door and like whistles up to, because you're more or less right below that tower, right? That's the whole point. There's these like two buildings that like butt up against the tower that guards the doors. Yep. So he calls like up to the watchman for like to send a couple people to like take over custody. And then then he just kind of like stands outside, like waiting for you to bring the orc out.
Oh, you want me to bring him out? Sure. I may add that he has been extremely resilient. You may need your most experienced inquisitors if you have them.
Yeah, he looks a little bloody, among other things. I mean, not that I can see him, but I see a big red spot up there. How did you get it here?
I only know half the story, as I was scouting for some time.
So he literally
that is supposed to be my tent. How he ended up in the tent, I know there was a struggle.
All right. Well, sometimes you have to make it work, I suppose. And about that time, like 2 or 3 more, just kind of standard foot soldier guys, but they come down, and Vincent orders them to take it into take it into the open air stables for now. We don't want to stink up any of our buildings with this.
All right, I drag it out.
So yeah, so you can pull it outside, and then these 3 guys will take custody of it and like pull it. Would you have put Amina in the indoor or the outdoor stable? There's one on either side.
Whichever was quickest to hand off, and whoever was ready to take her.
Okay, well, that probably would have been the outdoor stable on that side. So okay, so that they go and somewhat ironically, I guess, pull the orc like back into that stable and tie the burrito up to one of the stalls, and then one of them goes in with it. Right, because it's like tent poles. But one of them goes like into the enclosure to stand with it, and then one of them takes up like guard position at the front or at either side of the door. And then about that time, the page comes running back up and gives like a quick salute to Vincent, and says that Albert is in the other camp right now, but they've dispatched somebody to go and get him. And you go ahead and make a knowledge, that's probably just local check real fast.
Highest I can get is 10, I think.
Yeah, probably.
8.
Or nobility and royalty, if you have that would be.
Oh, I do have that.
Yeah, go ahead.
But there's no benefit to it, so 8 still.
Oh, so it's a class skill, but you don't have any ranks in it.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. You may or may not know the name necessarily, but you know enough to know that like in the hierarchy of the militia, that like Albert is probably the knight commander. There's 3 commanders that manage the militia here at Capstone. There's a knight commander, a day commander, and a field commander. Field commander being Dunstan, which is the one that is in Ava and True. So all right, so he leads you back in, and you said you like offered him the map that you wanted.
Yes.
Okay. So he sits you down, like, do you need any water? Do you need food? Like, are you hurt? Are you okay?
I guess after the everything settles in, yeah, I would definitely take that.
Okay. He's like, look, I understand that you've worked hard and that you're excited here, but I don't want to get anything jumbled up in 2 retellings back to back. So gather your thoughts really quick, have a drink really fast. I'm going to, this map seems important, so I'm going to make a quick, like, hand draw a copy of this really fast so that there isn't only one version of it. and then Albert should be here shortly.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
So yeah, you spend 10-15 minutes like chatting, drinking, like resting, decompressing. He has to do like a couple questions here and there, but he's kind of trying to restrain himself there. And then 10 or 15 minutes later, Albert shows up.
I chat him up about Darush.
Okay. Yeah, he's never heard of Drew.
Wait, didn't you say he was in the same field?
No. I was just sorry, I probably confused the issue. Not this person, no.
Oh, okay. That Albert is.
Yeah. Also no. So there are 3 commanders. Albert is the night commander. Selena is the day commander, and Dunstan is the field commander. There's like 2 shift commanders. Essentially, they each work 12-hour days. And then there's one person who oversees like duties outside the city.
Field operations. Okay.
Yeah. So the field commander, Dunstan, is the person who is
okay. Yeah, then I wouldn't talk about Drush then.
Okay.
Can I ask a question just to double check myself? Where does Randall
Randall's
sit in those?
Yeah, so Randall would be a peer to Vincent, the person that he's talking to currently.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I don't know. I have not been following Twitch chat as we've been talking through this. Why is Bruce threatening to take Ava's shoes now?
Because Mandy said get wrecked.
Well, because Alondite said that he was going to talk about Drush.
Oh,
so then I wrote get wrecked.
Yeah. So generally speaking, the structure there is captains oversee about 20 soldiers or watchmen if we're talking town watch. Commanders oversee 3 captains, and then a knight would oversee. Well, a marshal specifically, right? Which is kind of like a subgroup of knight, because not all knights necessarily are structures.
I was going to say Alondite has subordinates. Where are they?
It's arguable how final and official all of that even is at the moment. So
it's a mixed ground.
All right. So anyway, so you guys get through that. You chat for a few minutes, and then in steps who would presume to be Albert. He's tall, like pretty muscular, a little on the huskier side, human male. He has nice armor, not anything like crazy or extravagant, but considering the state of most people's arms and armor here, he's definitely well equipped. And he comes confidently striding into the room, and it's customary for people to salute like both up and down in the militia. So he steps in and salutes to Vincent, who stands up and salutes back, and then
absolutely, I would follow suit with that.
Sure,
standing.
And then he strides over, pulls up a chair, and it's like, all right, what is so important? I'm here.
Okay, so like with my finger aggressively pointed, I'm like, we started here. This is where everything happened, and everything went south. I like start dragging my finger from every map, from every point to point, where we encountered them on the waterfront, where Bahir almost died.
He side eyes you.
Where we
everything went south, and then you move your finger to the east.
Yeah. Backtracking because I'm distracted, right? So just like I'm all over the map with everything. Yeah. Like, so this is where we found the potions, but this is actually where everything, and this is where the banner of this color, or was it? Yeah, no, this banner.
All right,
and so actually,
he lets you go for a second to see if you can kind of like get your bearings or whatever, and then he stops you and he's like, oh, "All right, son, what?" And and eyes over to Vincent is like, "What's Can you give me a little bit more top level view here? Like, what do you know?" then Vincent does his best to kind of regurgitate what you told him about, and shows the like update missive from when Bridget got to Kalen and then dispatched the rider, which explains that you've been field commissioned and all that. So he's like, okay, so there's a lot more that goes into all of that, but we can deal with that later. For now, for working purposes, I'll refer to you as sir. So you're the person who was in charge of the squad that was escorting Bridget. She then tasked you with going and scouting, and what we have here is a map of what you found. Can you try to slow down a little bit and go in order and try and kind of lay out for me where you went?
Okay.
And that's fine. You don't actually have to do it in character. Like there's no real, but yeah,
if I could find my bearings,
trying to situation control. So yeah, you can do go ahead and make just like an intelligence check to just kind of like recall everything and kind of like weave that story together.
That sounds about right.
Oh.
I'm gonna add to it. Oh yes, and then we found the scout Druge, and that was about here.
Okay. So while you're doing this, he kind of motions to Vincent to like take notes while you're kind of like running through everything as best as you can. And you lay out, because as far as I remember, you and Ava had been kind of like co-copying each other's map too, right?
Correct. Yes, Ava should have an up-to-date copy of the map.
Okay. So they kind of reconstruct everything, and you're able to you point out at least kind of a good general area of like where you found a bigger camp here and there and whatever. And then you said you did in your rambling kind of like that you did include finding like the banners, right? Alondite.
Sorry, I'm reading. I'm multitasking. Sorry, I'm trying to read my notes and then.
No, you're good. So you said that you included like a statement about the banners and the heraldry, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the actual mentioning of the lightning bolt and which one is which.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, keep looking, but I just wanted to kind of continue for my own narration. So, he really narrows in on that. Albert does. It's like, okay, wait. So you said here that you found, and then I'll give you a second to like check your notes. But he seems very invested in like what you're able to recall for him as you're talking about the heraldry and that you were.
Okay, I got it. Okay, so as far as what I've seen, not from what I remember, I know that each one has different banners, so it's each tribe is coming together, and what it looks like is each banner has different symbols. The recent one that we saw that was closest to Capstone and is moving at a rapid pace is a blue banner with with a feather.
Okay. And what other ones do you
banner
have?
That was the first one that we came across.
Yeah, and do you have heraldry notes on any of the rest of it, or I don't?
That is more of a out of game. That is a Druge and Rubato thing, I think.
Okay. So you just tell him that you saw evidence of more than one, and then you're able to describe that one to him.
Yes.
So, all right. So then, so as you're talking about that, then Vincent it like interjects. It's like, okay, and Sir Alondite showed up with a captive orc that we've moved into holding briefly for interrogation, and it's out there in the stables, and like immediately Vincent just like gets up, or sorry, not Vincent, Albert gets up and like strides out there and like gives orders to the people that are guarding it to move it, and then he steps back in and says, "Okay, I've dispatched that to the eastern camp where William can like start interrogation." Do you have knowledge of religion? Do you have any ranks in knowledge of religion?
I do too.
Oh, excellent. Make a knowledge religion check.
Nailed it when it matters most.
What was the total?
Negative. So
God.
1, 3.
Okay. Yep. Never mind. Carrying on. Excellent.
Full of adrenaline and excitement, I am.
You guys have had so many low rolls. Alondite actually is in Capstone. I just don't really have a board that I can move them to that shows anything meaningful about that, and / the rest of the party's not there yet. Okay. Well, anyway, so yeah, you just take that as, something that's happening. So he strides back in to sit back down and kind of like continue getting briefed by you on whatever other info you have. I think that's a good spot to like hand the camera back off to the rest of the party.
Don't forget the potions. Stealth potions.
Yeah, we can. We'll
used them all, didn't we?
Oh yes, but my alchemy expert, he can brief you on it.
Right.
I could make more.
So,
Maybe.
All right, rest of the party. Thankfully the windstorm only actually was only to a degree where it might impede your movement for like an hour. So not a significant change to your plans, but let's go ahead and start making those force march checks, whether or not you can make it there tonight.
All right, number 1 is fortitude save.
Yes. So the first one is 10. The first one is 12, and then they go up by 2.
I don't make the first
Oh dear.
For each
Oh dear.
I carry it on my back.
You can carry your bottom.
That's a 3.
Okay. Well, you guys will have to decide on how you want to deal with that, but Bahir, no, not Bahir, unless you have a negative to fort, but Skabosh and Rubato need to roll a d6 for non-lethal damage from
Yay.
Oh, is your bottom down? How much health do you have?
I have one hit point.
Oh.
I'm still alive.
Both of you rolled 5s. Because of course you did.
I'll put the health on your minis. It's not actually damage in that way, but just so we can keep track of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you know that you have about 4, maybe 5 after the slowing down from the wind, hours of force marching to do. You have about a dozen miles to cover. That was your first one, or your first push, and kind of Skabosh and especially Rubato are looking the worse for the wear.
It's
I'm
kind
stumbling.
of a simple question, but can you heal non-lethal damage?
Yep.
Oh,
You
okay.
absolutely can. Yeah, I guess
think you can
things
grab
like
all
Force
of it,
March,
right?
if you have an actual healer, get kind of silly when you start doing that, but you definitely can.
Hell yeah. And it heals all of the non-lethal damage, right? No matter what.
I was just starting to look that up because I feel that was in my head also, but I don't remember for certain.
Oh, if that's the case, I'll just use my cantrip.
I thought I recall you saying any magical damage heals it.
Any magical healing.
That one. Any magical damage.
That takes us back to our inflict moderate wounds last time.
Yeah. Just zap me. I'll be all right.
You heal 1 hit point per character level after a rest. Oh, when a spell or magical power cures hit point damage, it also removes an equal amount of non-lethal.
Okay.
Oh,
That's what this part says.
So it does not heal everything.
Well, it does heal it, but at just like normal. It's not. Like
Yeah. All right. Well, so what? I know Roboto was almost knocked out.
Yes.
What? All right. So
Yeah, they both
he's
took
looking
5 non-lethal damage to put it into numbers. But as far as Kavash goes, like she still looks relatively hardy, whereas Roboto looks like he's on the collapsing.
Okay, let me just annotate this real quick. Yeah, Drew's notices that Roboto is looking kind of rough. So he walks over and casts Cure Light Wounds.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
1d8
that's
plus 4.
The stronger of the two, yeah.
Oh,
Decides to cast Cure Light Wounds, puts his hands on both shoulders, and says a little chant as his eyes start to glow green, and a green aura emits from his fingertips. So 1d8. Perfect.
Nice. Okay. So that's 1 heal, and that puts Roboto back up to full.
And then Skalash, you're looking kind of rough, but we'll press forward until here.
Till I pass out, it's fine.
Yeah. If everybody pass out, then I'll step in.
Okay. Go ahead and roll again for the next hour. It's DC 14 for the second hour.
didn't I hear you say you'd carry me?
Well, I was gonna be so mad if that dice moved my 18 over. Not gonna lie.
I failed
okay.
that one too.
We're good.
I got 23.
Oh no, I failed.
Oh, when I said we're good, I meant me. Sorry.
And that's
Oh no.
one more.
How'd you do, Roboto?
I'm doing fine.
Nice.
Everyone's good.
Okay.
A
Wait,
little
you don't have a negative fort save?
Oh, let me see.
me?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I'm not saying you do. I'm almost surprised. I would almost just think that you would.
Nope, it's just flat 0.
Nice. Okay. So, Skabosh maybe dragging or wagging a little bit more, but overall, maybe feeling inspired by how well everyone else is doing. So go ahead, make another round. The DC 16.
Yeah, little love
I
from
don't
Drew.
make it
I'm
this
doing fine.
Ooh,
I got 12.
I don't have so many heals to go around, guys.
That's 6 more to the 6 already there.
Oof.
I only take 2.
You said this
Oh,
one's 16.
DC 16, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
That was rough.
Oof.
Oh,
1 left.
yeah, 1 left for
One left.
Skabosh.
I have 1.
Ooh.
You might want to help Scott this time, Drew.
Yeah, that was a tough round.
Yeah.
Got my
How did you go, Roboto? Did
Ooh,
you?
I got hit for 5.
You feel
Everyone
surprised?
gather in. Go ahead and give me a hug. I'm gonna heal everybody.
I don't need one. I don't need one.
Yeah, I'm all right.
I'm
doing all right there.
Denying a hug.
I'll take a hug. I've already got Ska's arm over my shoulder helping her because she's looking rough.
Yeah. Oh, what's wrong? It's not working.
Come on, my lady.
I see Skabosh looking rough, so same. Walk over, put my hands on both shoulders, say a little orcish chant, which translates to "Hey, feel better." and I cast Cure Light Wounds, and hopefully it's just as good. Yeah, no, that's not bad. Could be better.
That's
I
9.
mean, it's enough for her to survive another one.
I forgot about my little bonus.
Okay, excellent. And then, are we healing anybody else or just Gabosh?
I think it was just Gabosh. I know I got hit for 5, but I think I'm good.
Ava and Druge both also took 5 there.
We good for another round?
I was just waiting for Druge to decide how he wanted to spend his magic.
I will give Ava a little boop on the head, casting a Cure Minor Wounds for 1. So I place my palm covering up her entire head. I walk over and place my hand on her head. Give a little sweet nothing whisper in Orcish, and give her a little pick me up.
Like bombing I was gonna say like a basketball, but it's probably like a tennis ball or something.
All right. And then I think for this one, to kind of represent the little bit of extra time and effort that the wind imparted, instead of doing 2 more whole checks, we'll do 1 more force march check, but instead of increasing by 2, we'll increase by 3. It's kind of like that'll make it a DC 19.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
That's an 8. That's a 9 total.
They don't make it.
Oh,
Ava makes it.
There's 6 more.
Yikes, sweetie.
Oh, I also take 6.
Oh my gosh.
I just missed it.
I got enough health to take it though. I mean,
These D6 rolls are rough.
Ugh. I just want you guys to know that if I roll a 6 right here, because I didn't heal myself, I'm knocked out, so I can't heal nobody.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
There we go.
I couldn't see the number because of the glare from the sun, so that paused to see it like on the menu. Scared me.
All right. So yeah, you guys look bedraggled, but you do just barely start as you're kind of all collectively, taking turns holding each other up.
I just need a real bed.
Capstone, the walls and everything coming into view.
I can see the inn.
I can see the nice warm bed from here. You're almost there.
You did make it. That's actually quite impressive.
We would have been done real quick if it wasn't for Druge.
Yeah.
Just trying my best.
All right. So this time of night, because you're getting in, what did we say? We said 4 extra hours. So it's it's like 10 o'clock at night. It's fairly late. So the gates are kept closed by that time. The external city gates. It's like your kind of standard castle wall type thing. The guardhouse on either side of the gate. Somebody up in it. They call down to you, like, who goes there?
It's the back half of Alondite's group.
You might not come in this way.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a good point.
we have Ava over here, who's a scout in your military.
And we've been doing work for Marshal Bridget.
Work for her too.
All right. Go ahead and Bahir make a diplomacy check, and then Rubato make an aid another check with diplomacy.
11.
Okay, so 13.
It was a 19 to help, but I could also cast.
No, it's just it's either a DC 10 or a DC 15. I'm drawing a blank, but either way, you pass, and then that gives a +2 to the person that is being helped. So he says, "All right, 1 minute." You hear kind of like clattering as the guy comes down the ladder from his tower and steps out the gate and kind of he's not being super suspicious about it or anything, but just kind of like looks everybody up and down, and it's like, all right, I wasn't here when your friend came through, but my predecessor told me, so I recognize that name. Y'all look like decent enough folk.
I live here.
I am exhausted. We can we just skip this part and you let us in and we go to bed?
He like kind of starts to read you the riot act, and he's like, yeah, it's fine. Opens up the gate for you.
Thank you. My little feet can only move so fast,
Since I live here, I'm not going to go pay an inn to stay at someplace. I'm going home.
I'm also changing my mind.
Or not.
Yeah, I'm not going to go pay an inn either. I'm coming to your house.
There's probably other beds at your house, though. I don't want to sleep on the floor.
I mean, I can see if my parents will make my sister her room, and they'll...
That'd be so.
You have a sister?
That'd be kind of awkward.
And Drews lives here with his mom, so he's gonna go back into his race car bed with his Lightning McQueen bed covers and go to sleep.
The track's out.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, let me. I'll move you guys back to the old marketplace. We haven't been to the marketplace in a while.
Yeah.
No.
Good old marketplace.
I go back to the inn that I've been frequenting since we've been here and pass out over there.
People, I haven't seen that.
Not the one with the broken window and...
No, not that one.
Wait, just to do a time comparison, would I have seen them coming in? Like, would I have finished long ago?
Depends on what you're
I was gonna come back to you here in just a sec. But yeah, they were like 4 hours behind you.
So I just want to get in before Rubato and Druge try and sneak to bed before they get a chance to sleep. I am not letting them sleep. I'm like pulling them in, my experts, and Ava too. Ava's my expert. I'm pulling her in as my
I'll
scout.
just come with them because my parents probably won't just let someone into the house with.
My mom already heated up my milk and I drank it, so I'm fast asleep. Sorry.
Alan, you mean you're grabbing us as your experts to go talk to the guards?
Yeah, you guys are sleeping.
No.
Yeah, so as far as things go with Alondite, they probably would have spent a good hour or maybe even two like grilling you, but obviously eventually there's only so much info and like so many ways that they can reword the same questions to you and whatnot. So eventually they kind of cut you loose and like tell you to come back in the morning, and they'll...
Oh, well, never mind then.
well, no. I mean, that's not to say that you couldn't come back. Like, there's always a commander present. But as far as like them, like keeping you to interrogate you, they would have probably let you loose to do whatever you're gonna do, like a hour or two before the party arrived.
Yeah, I know Alondite. He would have totally grabbed us right away.
You would have been like at the gate, like looking for us.
Yep.
Like, guys.
We're like, we're gonna go rest.
They should have been here an hour ago.
Nice.
Yeah, what would you do with your downtime / where would you try and connect with them, Alondite?
We're not getting downtime. We're negotiating. We're talking.
But you got to town before they did.
Oh no, I would have just had time to eat, and that's it. Just enough to fill me and comfort me, even if comfort is barely a thing. But I would have been staying with logistics and talking over battle plans and stuff.
Okay. So
no downtime.
Because this is, I mean, not super far away, but this is like 100 yards away from the town, like city gate that they would have coming in. So how are you connecting with them?
I would so anxiety would have been like waiting for them to come, like knowing like they would have been waiting for my experts. Or I would have been waiting for them, like looking over my shoulder every once in a while for any gates opening late at night.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. Where you are in the military camp isn't really within sight of.
You're
the
not near
city
where
gate.
we came in.
Yeah.
But they said that it was right beside the gate.
The gate
There's
into
two
the
gates.
camp. Remember how the camp was like almost square shaped with one like angle that was kind of truncated.
I thought I said the building was right beside the gate.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, the gate, and then you have to go northwest, right? Sorry, I missed that detail.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah, that's really all I was driving at. Is like, would you go to the city gate? Would you go to the inn? Like, how would you?
Yeah, I would have been hounding the gate, I guess.
Okay. So,
And like
okay.
reading,
So
like
then, yeah,
any
when
more
the
details that would have been like on the
watchman lets you guys in, you see Alondite, whatever, like sitting on a porch or what have you, like a little ways away.
Oh, Alondite, so nice to see you. I'm glad you made it.
I'm glad. Well, I'm glad you guys are alive. We need to talk quick. They need you.
Well,
They can't wait until the morning.
You guys look like hell. No, it can't wait.
Yeah,
You know there's orcs out there.
We're supposed to get here.
If you guys
I
sleep, what was the
mean-
point of rushing?
Says the person who took the
no,
horse. Ugh.
I
Come
agree
on,
with Alondite.
let's just get this over with so we can go sleep.
Yeah,
Not argue.
I agree with him in this case. That was the whole point of getting here. Let's get this
I mean, the
taken care
warm
of.
bed was my whole point to get here, but
Could have slept in the tent then.
I mean, does Bahir actually have any expertise that he can lend to the conversation?
Yes, he is my communications expert.
Sorry, Bahir, I tried.
yeah, yeah.
All right, let's go.
All
Come
right,
on. You can come crash at my
All
place when we're
right.
done.
business first. Pleasure later.
Okay. So, the near camp would be the one, where you came in, where Vincent was on shift, and the far camp would be where Albert would generally have been stationed. So, do you want to go talk with Vincent or with Albert?
Albert.
Okay. Probably just a little bit more whining that you have to go to the further away camp.
Why can't we just go to that one?
Bahir,
Because
I don't
Albert
want
is
to
the
hear
one
it.
who's already been briefed. He is familiar with the situation. Otherwise, here I'd have to explain everything again.
Well, no, they both have been briefed, but Albert's a higher rank.
We don't know that.
No, yeah, that's just Alondite.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
My custom leather wingtips are getting really rough on the ankles.
I had to give my good boots, my nice comfortable boots, to that bard.
As Druge just smiles.
We write the Ballad of the Burnt Boots. We totally should. All right, so yeah, you make your way over there. Like I said, the camps are as closely as they could symmetrical, or I guess mirror images of each other. So you can you get your way, and they this would have all been set up ahead of time, so you're able to get entrance into the camp with no problem, and go into the office building where Albert is. He's still very much on shift, like he's the night commander, so he actually probably had only just barely gotten on shift when you got here.
Perfect. And I introduce everyone. I salute and I say, Commander Albert, this is my group of experts.
Hello.
Ava, my scouting expert.
And you guys are
Here.
all you're sweaty,
We
you're
all look
covered
like
in
crap.
dirt, you're
I'm
like,
yawning
practically
all the
dragging your
time.
knuckles on the ground. He's like-
They give nothing less than 110% to their cause.
Mhm.
Here, my communications expert. Druge, my combat field medic
Oh my God,
expert.
it's mine. I
he,
can't wait to hear what mine is.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
Stealth expert.
Oh God, yes,
Espionage expert.
that's true. Okay,
I try to weekly copy Alondite
reconnaissance.
salute.
all right. So as he introduces
important
each of
right
you
now.
and titles you as such, Albert still he gives each of you a salute. You know that it's customary to, like I said, to salute in either direction. So he is stern and fairly by the book. So he salutes each of you in turn. Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm real
I already
awkward
rolled.
because I'm like, should I salute him right now? Technically, like I'm a foreign diplomat. I mean,
But he doesn't know that.
He salutes me. I try to do it back.
Okay.
Well,
But like, if I don't do it, it's so rude. But it's like if I do it, my position is like,
I mean, you are
Oh.
still, in the employ of the militia. Either way.
I figured
Yeah.
you'd salute him however you salute back home instead of his way.
Yeah.
That's true.
yeah.
You can make up your own.
Mhm.
I'll take my hand, I'll bang it on my chest, and I'll like bow,
There
like
you
a
go.
short bow.
There we
Alright.
go.
He
like
because he's just kind of like moving down the line, right? It's saluting or shaking hands at a, I don't know, medal up ceremony or like a medal award ceremony or however that works. He's kind of just like going down the line, like salute, shake hand, like give medal, salute, shake hand. But so he's like halfway past you, and then he like stops and like looks at you and is like, like keeps it going.
I almost fall over when I bow because I'm so tired.
Okay, so he's like, well, the room that you're in is like 10 by 12. Like, it's not a super big room. So he's like, well, I don't usually exactly entertain here. This is more of a like situation room. But so I'm sorry I don't have chairs for you. You can all sit on the floor.
Sebastian just standing in a corner.
I sit on the floor.
I'll respectfully stand.
I'll sit on my butt. I'm tired.
I'll sit down too. Crisscross
I'm gonna
applesauce.
sit down, lean my back up against the wall.
Yeah, I'll kind of lean against the other side of the door in a semi-guard position, but not really.
He somewhat to your surprise perhaps, like he actually comes around the desk and like sits down on the floor with you guys. He's like, all right, Sir Knight, what like, yes, you just introduced them, but what can you all add to the narrative that we're piecing together of what's going on here?
As communications are not my strong point, I will leave that to my scouting expert, Ava, to give the full details as to all locations, and anyone else can add as to the importance of any details added along the way.
Ava's gonna reach out and take her map and kind of just like slap it on the ground and be like, well, like just sounding exhausted, and kind of gives like the rundown of everything, I guess. It's a lot. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't think there's really anything to be gained by dragging you guys back through step by step everything. That's just going to take a lot of time for not really any significant gain. So, it takes a little while, and I'm assuming that people periodically chime in with whatever. But as far as the things that are, probably more directly pertinent, I'll give each of you a chance to add whatever else you want. But if anybody has any other info on like heraldry or tribes or maps or items that you guys found or whatever, now's the time to share that stuff.
For the upcoming battle, we've collected some items to help equip the troops.
Oh my god.
And for a low price that can be yours.
All right, to more important matters, I don't know if this was brought up, all right, but there was, as far as like, I don't know, symbolism, clan identification, whatever, there was a flag or a banner that we saw at one of the first encampments we ran into. It was a kind of a steel gray with an anvil in the middle. It looked like it had maybe some war hammers. Cross or something. It looked something like that. Not 100% sure. I don't know if that was brought up before we got here, but that's what I have.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well, I suppose that means it's my turn. I pull out one of the orange potions. They had quite a few of these. Some were used. I still had a couple left over from our last engagement.
Do you? I thought you guys actually used all of them.
No, after the very last fight when we were ambushed, I had 3 remaining.
Oh, right. Yep, sorry. I don't have that. I knew there was a document that I'd forgotten to open. That was the one of this is special items.
Yep. So I pull it out, and then is there a rug in here?
I feel like I remember I took down tapestry things. But...
I think we took tapestry. I don't think we took rugs.
No, but I mean, is there a rug in this room we're talking in?
No.
Like that we're sitting on? No?
It's pretty Spartan.
Okay, I was gonna like show him what it did by showing that it didn't leave my footprints in the rug. But I'll just explain it to him. These little guys, these little potions here is what they've been using to kind of hide their movements. It doesn't actually really make them more sneaky per se, but it does hide their tracks and makes them harder to track. I've got an ability that's kind of similar to it, but it's definitely handy. We used quite a few of these to get away from them.
Are you like offering them to him, or are you just like holding them out as example?
I'm showing him one of them.
No. He like holds out his hand, kind of palm up to have you hand it to him.
Mm-hmm. I'll hand him the one.
Okay. So he takes it, just kind of like looks it over, like takes the like stopper out of it, like sniffs it. He doesn't like drink it or anything, like puts the stopper back in it. Like, do you have any idea how many people's movement could be obscured by this?
About one average sized person, I would say. We tested it on a larger mammal, and it took more than one. Was it 2 or 3 of them?
I think it was 2. Yeah.
So I mean, they're pretty handy. I might be able to figure out the recipe and craft more, but I don't know if that's a need for us at the moment.
When you say that, that each potion would only be useful for one individual, you see like kind of come across his face.
But we did see quite a few of them. They definitely had an operation. I believe it was at this camp, where we found the majority of them and the supplies. The
14 vials was
yeah, there was
more than 10.
something like that. Yeah, more than 10. But there was definitely supplies to make more. Mind you, I took most of that because I wasn't going to leave alchemical supplies just lying around. Why would I do that? I can put that to good use.
He goes to same thing, kind of holding it in his palm, like goes to hand it back to you, and then he gets about like halfway out, and then he's like, actually, would you mind if we kept one of these for like our own study? We can we can get it included in your like quartermaster payout.
Oh, well, I mean, if you're going to pay for it, sure.
And yeah, so he kind of like reaches back up over his head and like sets it up on his desk. And so he kind of stops and like steeples his fingers for a minute. It's like, okay, so it sounds like they may have had enough production to move squads, but probably not armies. That's what I'm getting from what you're saying.
If I may, I wouldn't be surprised if there were scouts close enough to Capstone right now watching movements, making safer movements of the battle groups.
Yeah, that's almost certainly true, but we have to tackle one thing at a time. First things first, I suppose we need to count our blessings that there isn't like a whole army potentially that we're not, that we don't see traces of.
They are coming though. We did see that.
You ran into several camps on the way through.
Yeah, as far as the use of these potions, that definitely seemed more like for the smaller scouting parties and to hide the smaller movements between the camps. But they definitely, I agree with Alondite on this one. It feels like they're moving in.
What makes you say that?
They were a lot closer to town than I would have expected them.
They're like 2 days away, right? Some of the camps we saw.
And some of the camps, they were even
like 2 or 3.
Some of those camps we even saw, they were kind of shutting down shop and moving them.
Yeah, Alondite said that when he checked the other one, it was empty, right?
That's a me or to Alondite?
Alondite. Either, I guess. I mean,
Sorry, repeat that.
when you went all by yourself in the head, you said the other one was empty, right?
You're breaking up a lot.
The other.
Yeah, you've gone back to the 50s now.
When you separated from us,
Yeah.
the other camp, was that camp empty?
There was not enough of a presence that I was worried about my detection, but not completely deserted.
But there were orcs.
Yes.
Well, around, right? I'm pretty sure what I described was that you didn't actually make it all the way to a camp. So you eventually decided to, like, you got as close as you could and then decided not to push your luck because of the fact that there were still.
Was that the wording?
I'd have to double check, but that was the general vibe. It doesn't change your overall answer. Like, you still saw of troops in that area. Okay, so he like gets up and grabs the map copy that Captain Vincent made earlier, and asks you to like kind of mark which ones that if you can just try like which ones looked empty, which one, or recently abandoned or whatever, and which ones looked looked like they were still occupied. Go through and note all that down. You guys already have that on, so there's no like issue of recall there.
So definitely these two we cleared out. But this one here is where we saw a large mobilization of troops that we were not comfortable engaging here and here. One was further away. This one was definitely moving closer towards Capstone. Between the camps, as Bahir and Rubato has stated.
Yeah, and there were quite a few magic users too.
And quite a few of them were definitely on the more nourished and well-fed side. These are not your lower orcs.
It actually like takes a second. It's like a mental double take, but he like whips his head around and to kind of size up Rubato after he says that. And then, so you're saying that they weren't just practicing alchemy, but that they were actually magic practitioners.
Yeah, and they looked like this, and I'll cast Silent Image of one of the shamans with the totem that I had inspected at the last battle. Just full size in the middle of the room.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's a great idea. All right. And and you examined the totem and you got a pretty good look at them. And yeah, so I don't see why you can make a very good facsimile of that.
I could even do it with him shooting the bolt at me, whatever. What was it? Lightning bolt?
I mean, that would be your perception of it, at least.
Yeah.
Giving me flashbacks of that lightning bolt.
Okay. So you cast that, and he just kind of like it's brief, but he just kind of like briefly, you just kind of see him like slack jaw. Not that he's like scared or anything. He's just like, whoa. Because as for out of character and for anybody else watching, arcane magic is not super common within the kingdom. It's primarily divine magic, so they wouldn't be used to seeing stuff like figments and whatnot. So like he's not scared of it, like he, because you're obviously like, waving your hands around, chanting and whatever. But
yes.
But he's like very much like
taken aback.
So he gets up and kind of like slowly just kind of like circles around it, kind of like pondering. So, and then you said you were going to make it cast the spell, but before you got there, then it'll be like, okay, and you're certain that you saw them practicing magic.
Oh yeah, just like this. And I have it cast the spell directly at me and I fall flat on my back. It was just like that. I don't remember much after that point.
They definitely cast magic because they also hit Alondite with some form of...
Yeah, and that's what Rubato was talking about too. Make a perform check. How dramatic is this?
Oh, sweet. How dramatic indeed. 10.
Okay. So you're pretty worn out. It's not your best performance, but maybe you didn't think of it until kind of like last second as you're going through this little animation with it. But you do your best to kind of like
about that dramatic.
All right, so kind of like looks everyone over. He's like, and others of you witnessed this as well.
Yeah, Alondite got hit with one.
Yeah.
Metal conducts electricity.
Yeah, it really hurt.
Like, okay, this definitely fits a concerning trend. It was reported last 10 day that the goblins had also been recently observed using magic in some of their exchanges with our scouts. Did you see them like using any other magic, or did you see them using like magic items? Like, is there a chance that they found, you know, like relics that they were using, or was it your perception that they themselves were actually spellcasters?
Well, definitely wasn't my kind of spell casting. I did inspect some of their goods and didn't find anything necessarily magical. Druge here might be a little more knowledgeable on the type of magic. It wasn't quite my style.
There was definitely some hand waving,
Hey,
but I'm no expert.
I wouldn't consider myself an expert on what they were doing either. I heal, and I make trees move. Beyond that, don't ask me nothing.
That's fair. I do recall the goblins actually had books. We didn't find any books pertaining to magic, though, in the camps we did go in and inspect. Arcane books, yeah.
So it's possible that this is not studied, but that this is curated or bestowed magic or something like that. This,
Tell them about the book that the paladins took from you.
Mhm.
That book you found that the paladins took.
Oh yeah. The when we fought the goblins, they actually did have a magical book with spells in it. Definitely arcane, but these orcs, however, didn't seem like it was that exact kind of magic. More given or bestowed, kind of like what you're thinking, was my impression. But the goblins definitely had books with spells. And then I look at Skabosh. That book, right?
Yes, that book.
Okay.
You know the book that I jumped out the window for?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
That was a
sorry, I wasn't looking at your camera at the time. What did you do? Or like, did you, when you said that book?
I just turned and looked over at Skabosh.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if you'd like held something.
No.
So it's like, okay, well, and who did you say confiscated that?
That leader of the paladins here. What's her name again, Alondite? One that you don't get along
Captain
with.
Leona.
Yeah, Leona. That person. Individual.
Gives kind of a wry smile. Doesn't say anything, but
I really wanted that book too.
I don't find her very agreeable.
Like, somehow I'm not surprised that slipped her mind. I'll look into that, but that seems like perhaps, believe it or not, a secondary concern to what's brought us together here today. Do any of the rest of you have any, anything that you'd like to add, as far as what you observed while you were out, or anything else that you found?
Not really. I feel
Not unless a pack of dogs is important.
yeah, they use dogs.
He kind of waves his hand off, like, yeah, it's thank you, but that's not an unknown thing.
I think I would just. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, they were like hunting dogs that the orcs were using, not like we stumbled across some dogs.
They unleashed them on us.
I think I would just speak up and like as a compliment to the group and kind of like boast about how many orcs like the group managed to take down.
Oh yeah, tall.
And I don't know, kind of like toot our own horns a little.
Sure. Okay.
What's your body count?
Yeah. Speaking of what's your recollection? Like, how would you summarize that? How many do you think you guys did kill?
And a group, like as a group?
Yeah.
Holy moly. I don't know. What would you guys say? Like,
Let me do some in the head math. Can
like at
should
least
start keeping a
25
body
of them, right?
I was gonna say at least 25 as well.
with Rubato's excellent intellect, could I possibly make like an intelligence check to try to recall however many it was?
Sure.
Oh,
Oh, it was almost on 16.
Yeah.
well, that's a 9 still.
Yeah, so you guys all kind of have like, vaguely agreeable guesses, but there's no you're not like, oh, it was exactly 32.
More than 20.
That's
than 30.
more than 20.
But
Plus
still,
the dog.
his eyebrows raise a bit. He kind of has big bushy eyebrows, and he's like, "All right, well, if all the rest of this pans out and they really are coming for us, that's that might make no small difference in the grand scheme of things. Bana knows how many of them there are out there, but if there are several squads less, that's certainly going to help."
And we managed to make it home with the full team.
True
Mhm.
enough. And we're gonna need every
And
able
then
body.
some.
We've been talking. I need to get together with Bridget is due home. Due back tomorrow night. So she and the other commanders and I need to discuss and strategize. But my assumption, knowing orcs and orc tactics, I mean, I'm not Dunstan, so he might weigh on this a little bit differently. But my guess, knowing that orcs prefer darkness and to fight in darkness because of their ability to see and perceive better in darkness. We should at least have some time here, even if they really are mobilizing right now. We probably wouldn't expect an attack to come until the new moon, around the middle of the month. So we've got some time to scout. We've got some time to reinforce and redeploy and to withdraw people, and that would be my read on things, at least.
Mhm.
Don't say that. I need
So,
rest.
All right. So yeah, if there will be nothing else, believe it or not, crisis or impending crisis or no, there are still day-to-day operations to see to as well. I would bid you all get some rest, get some food, equip yourselves for what's to come, and we will probably summon you here in the next day or two.
Good. I can go to bed now.
Wonderful.
I stand up and salute him at about eye level. Okay, thanks.
Ava says, guys, bring it in, and puts like her hand in the middle. Like everyone's gonna put their hands like on top of each other. What do we want to say? What do we want to say on 3?
Sleep on 3.
No, we need something like, I don't know, a good word for finishing our mission and bringing everyone home.
Sleep.
I don't have a name yet.
Yeah.
Or like a name for our team or something.
Orc Slayers.
I don't think we should call us the Orc Slayers.
The Forest Marchers.
Yeah.
Forest Marchers on 3.
Burrito dealers.
Force marches. I like force marches though. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like force marchers.
Force marches. The force marchers.
Blistered Bunions on 3.
So, we're the forced marchers now? That sounds really tiring, though. But that's good enough for now.
It's kind of commanding, right?
FMU.
Oh no, I fully expect you guys to do this. Ava said on 3, right?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Okay.
1,
Let's just
2, 3.
3, 4
Forest
smart
marchers.
Oh,
We're done here. I'm gonna go put on my
Let's
footy
go home.
pajamas.
let's lead the way, please.
All right.
All right.
Tavern tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow night, not tonight.
Yeah. I might
First
actually.
round's on me.
Oh, deal.
All right. We get in. My parents are probably asleep.
Just do a little sneaky in.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know,
I was
some of
gonna
you might be
say,
opposed.
uh,
Church is always an option.
What was that?
I said, even though that some may be opposed, the church is always an open option.
True.
Sure, if they give you my book back.
I'm not gonna let that go, are you?
You
I thought
guys
got
came
a
to a relatively amicable solution about that.
No, the first book. I want that one back still.
Yeah.
They take a lot of things for Roboto.
Poor Rubato. That's his only dealing with the church is I find a book, the book gets stolen or taken away from me.
Well, they let me have my fun with the second one.
All right.
I was going to suggest that we can, you can all kind of choose where you're going to spend your night or whatever, and then we can take a quick 5-minute stretch break and then come back for, 30 minutes, maybe no more than an hour more, and then we'll wrap it up. So think about it, kind of in context, like each person probably has 5 to maybe 10 minutes ish of screen time to like do a thing. So kind of think about what you want to do, and we'll come back and you can have some FaceTime in town, which we haven't done in quite a while.
Rubato does kind of, or not Rubato, Bahir knows roughly where my house is. Right? Find you.
Rouge has no idea. He's like,
No, Bahir.
yeah, no, Bahir has never been. He's always been at the bar.
Yeah, he always goes to the bar. I'll have to go find him at the tavern to bring him to my parents' house to tell him.
That's fine. We can kind of hand wave that stuff. That'll happen here during the night.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's take 5 minutes. We'll be back by around the top of the hour. Have at least some idea on what you might want to do, or if you just want to tag along with somebody else or whatever.
Yes, indeed.
Cool.
All right.
Thank you. All right, thank you guys for hanging out. At long last, they've done it. They got back to home, made it back with their captive, delivered the info, and now the wheels are in motion. So, like I said, we're going to take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. We've got another maybe half an hour tops, like no more than an hour. We'll get out the shepherd's crook and pull people off the stage if it's still going at that time. So we've got some time. I know there's some interesting things that people still want to do around town. I know some people want to talk to guild masters and want to talk to magic shop dealers. And so I think it's still going to be a lot of fun in town. So stick around if you can. If you need to take off for whatever reason, have a good night. If you're having a good time and you're not already a follower, please consider putting a follow on the channel. That way you get notified when we're live. And you can always catch all of our D&D session videos on youtube.com/HearTheRemonsters. And we are in the process of rolling out backstory videos for each of our characters. So right now we have one explaining Bahir's backstory. It's beautiful. It has custom artwork and narration. And it turned out really, really well. And the next one coming up is Rubato's, our little gnome there. So thanks for being here. I'll be back in about 5.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Oh, it's middle management, Alondite.
Pixie got distracted talking to Dakota.
Dakota, stop it. We're busy.
Hey, to be fair, the other night after I raided Mandy, you distracted me at my front door.
It's true. That was a special occasion.
It was. It was just so unexpected. Like
I'm going to do that to Alondite next. Just appear.
Yeah. I was ready that Monday for the whole setup, and it never happened in my bedroom and everything.
Yeah.
So disappointed.
I tried, but it took too long over at Bahir's house. So you really tied me up.
Hey.
Yeah, I did.
Hey, Quad, we are indeed. We're just coming back from our 7th inning stretch here. They at long last, after much effort and murder,
Mandy,
and burnt shoes, they have made their way back
All
to
the murder
town.
hoboing.
I'm honestly surprised the burnt shoes trumps the pee on the fire. Or those joint incidences.
It didn't trump the smell.
Never thought they'd make it back to town. Yeah, they just finished delivering their report to the commander.
Yeah, I was
Missed
honestly
opportunity. It
surprised.
should have been a poll as to whether or not we got back.
Yes.
Very true.
Make one more stop along the way.
All right.
One more fight.
Right.
I've got a couple stops outside of town I'd still like to stop by, you know?
Oh, did our tin can get too hot?
Shoulders got tired.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
Hey, Rouge, are you? It looks like maybe either you are slightly off center or your camera got slightly off. Oh, there we go. Okay.
He's just leaning over.
Yeah, I was
Bless
just.
you, Roboto.
Yeah.
No worries. I just wanted to make sure if we needed to move the camera, I wanted to do it before we started back up.
He's just trying to snuggle me. I get it.
I mean, can you blame him?
It's just a cuddly
No.
date.
I meant Scott.
Roboto is my favorite after all. So
Aw.
Aw.
Fries and Alondite. All right. So yeah, for the sake of time, I don't think we need to fritter around too much with bargaining over room prices or who gets what bed at Squavash's parents' house or whatever. Just if you do go to somewhere that has a cost to stay, make sure you mark that off on your sheet. And yeah, otherwise, it is the morning of the 30th day of mid-spring, and the wind has subsided completely, and in fact, it's pretty dead air now, and it's fairly warm for the time of year. Probably we said mid-spring, so it's probably like in the 60s if you're working in freedom units. And tonight is the night of the full moon as well.
And Bridget comes back today, right?
Complete the heart, Mendez. Complete the heart.
Oh.
After this, I'm going to need you to repeat that. I hate my ADHD.
Yeah, your hands have to be closer to your face or it'll start green screening them out.
Almost there. Almost there.
Oh my goodness. Good job, guys.
Also, it occurred to me while we were on break, I did not mean to, but it got brought up and then we made jokes about rugs and then squirreled and never actually dealt with the pile of weapons that Bahir said he was going to throw down in front of the commander.
Yeah, we could deal with that.
Yeah.
So I figured you can deal with that today.
Okay. I was also, since we heard that Bridget's coming back today, I was gonna try to stick around the gate and see if the bard comes in, because I think once Bridget gets here, we're gonna be really busy.
Got it.
Probably.
Doing other things.
Okay.
So I was gonna see if I could try and meet with him earlier.
The same transit that you guys were, so it'll be late at night that she then.
Okay. And the bard was at the same spot we were, right? So he should be in midday ish. If nothing happened to him.
Yeah, if nothing happened and if he left, kind of Well, because he'd be more than a half a day behind because he was going to like wait for a little while, so he didn't have to.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, so he'd probably arrive at like mid to late afternoon, and then like probably I don't know 4 o'clock or so, and then Bridget would probably get in at like depending a little bit, but sometime between like.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you want me to go ahead and go and list all those opens now? Then I can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, whatever you want to do. So it's the morning of the 30th. It's hot out, but that's relatively hot. So it's a warm spring day. It's pretty nice out, other than the lack of breeze. Yeah, what do you want to do?
I would have left a little earlier so I could catch them at Gabosh's house before they all split up to do other things. So I could collect all the like weapons and stuff and lug them over to. Probably like I'd go to the quartermaster to sell those, right? If I wanted them to go back into the militia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, here. Take these from Amina. I figure your salesmanship could probably get us a better deal than my broody attitude has in the past. And I hand him. Yeah, hold on. I have to do a weight conversion here.
The other way.
I'm probably going to need your help to carry some of this stuff.
Okay. I only wrote max weight of leather outfits for my horse.
So. Yeah, I might need your help.
I don't know how many outfits that is. Could be 3, could be 10.
I think I have written down on my sheet. I have took one. Oh, I don't have how much it weighed though. Oops. Uh, 3.5 ESRD. Creditkarma.com, baby. All right.
That's an old one. That's a good one.
And then I gotta go to equipment. And then go to armor descriptions. Hide weighs 25 pounds. So I don't know how much you got.
My horse can carry a maximum before it becomes encumbered 151 pounds and up to 300 pounds. We decided that with all my weight, just because I weigh over the weight anyway, just by being my weight, I'm already medium load. Plus armor. Okay, you said it was how much?
25 a piece. 25 per set.
That only would have been 4.
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Okay.
Quad in chat also was suggesting you could walk beside the horse so it can carry more stuff.
Oh no, this would have been for the entire journey. I would have only had upwards to have medium load.
Oh, so you're just trying to reverse engineer.
Yeah.
Got it.
I would have only had 4 leather outfits on it.
I'm definitely going to need your help, Dick. I cannot carry all of it.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
We don't need to get into the
have
mechanics of carrying it all right now. I just wanted to make sure you had an idea of how much you had.
Yeah. So we had like 2 each falchions, right? And I had 3 of them on my person.
Yeah, because we can hand wave that fairly easily and say even that you make 2 trips. Whatever.
Yeah.
If other people
you
want
could
to do
stick
other
it.
things.
You could stick it all on Amina, and we could do it in one trip. Like it's no problem.
Okay. Yeah, so what is your actual like total then?
I only would have, without breaking any of the lore, 4 outfits. So 4 leather outfits without going overweight and carrying the orc.
4 leather outfits or 4 sets of leather armor?
4 sets of leather
Wait,
armor.
is it leather or is it hide?
Actually,
I thought it was hide because that's what I have is what the orcs had. Was hide armor sets.
No, it's studded leather.
Studded leather?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh.
that's worth like twice the price, right?
They are worth more. They also weigh less. Studded leather weighs 20 each, but I don't know if that makes too big of a difference because for your horse, but
Well, it doesn't, because you can carry, what, it was 25 pounds versus 13 pounds. That's twice as much that I could carry.
11 is how many was on the horse, and we split up between us. I found it.
11 what?
So 11 falchions is what we had on the horse, and then split up between everybody.
Right. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I thought you were talking about for the armors. Okay,
and
so
then
you
I have
11 armors, or sorry, 11 falchions and 4 armors.
11 falchions.
And 4
We
sets
have 5 armors because I carried one also on myself.
And 1 milky orange potion.
Studded leather is 25 gold each.
What is
Not that we're
is
selling
Roboto
it for
just
25
tossing it
each.
to us as he's walking by? What is this?
No, I gave it to the Albert or whatever his name was.
And falchions were 75 each. Also, not that we're selling it at 75 each. That was just like the base cost.
Right.
Like, we're literally going to sell this. This is not part of the writ or whatever.
Oh, I thought we were selling it to the militia.
Yeah, you are.
We are, yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess, yeah, that works the same then. Okay.
But I don't know how if they're going to pay us the gold or if they're just going to give us throw it onto our writs that we get when Bridget comes back. All right, so go ahead and
Well, yeah, you don't need
Lend this
Bridget
to the
for any of that. Like, you
quartermaster.
can handle all that with the quartermaster.
yeah, the selling we can't. But like she said that we weren't going to get our like money and stuff until she got back to the town. So
Right.
to clear it, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
okay,
well,
so
yeah. For the second scouting, because you guys are getting paid for escorting her because that was already writ while you were in town.
Oh, okay.
And then the follow up mission of being sent out to scout is the one that she needs to like come home and authorize.
Got it. Okay.
Because there's no other, the quartermaster would otherwise have no like.
Yeah.
Find that.
I slugged the saw to the quartermaster then. No, come on up. Boy, do we have a deal for you.
Yeah, so you know the deal. And he probably recognizes you, but you're not exactly on like a first name basis because he's dealing with however many dozens or potentially hundreds of people per day, like taking stuff back in and distributing stuff and loaning out or paying off and whatnot. So as far as the like orc sized things that you have, and also right, we know that the military is not flush with cash. So as you come up with your big pile of swords and the slightly smaller pile of armor, he kind of thumbs through everything. Obviously there's a little bit of battle damage here and there because you killed the people that were wearing them.
Well, the armor and the armor we got from like storage, they had it in storage. We didn't take it all of them.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
that's fine. But that was more for flavor anyway. But yes, that's the point.
Also,
As a salesmanship, I'd like to add that we would like to sell this to husky men.
Husky men, big and tall.
Because that's one of the things. They also have to like resize the stuff, which kind of affects how much they can reasonably afford to pay for it as well.
Well, I'm sure they got a couple of big boys in the crew.
Or you can either stack 3 gnomes or cut it into 3 separate parts for gnomes.
3 gnomes in a studded leather suit.
So he goes through everything, and like I said, not only were the orcs themselves a bit like bigger, beefier, better trained, well fed, but also their like equipment was of like slightly better quality. He kind of goes through all of it, starts doing some math, like kind of stops, thinks like kind of like increases. Well, writes a second number down that's a little bit higher. Like, all right, so what I can give you is and you can take your choice here, or you can split it up if you want or whatever. But the falchions we can pay, or what we can offer you would be 25 each in cash or 30 each in credit. And the leather armors would be 10 or 12, respectively.
Okay. Hear me out on this. Does anyone want armor upgrades?
You're buying the falchions from us for 2 gold each.
What? No. 25.
25?
Yeah. Yeah, so each falchion for 25 cash or 30 credit.
Oh, I thought you were saying total. And I was like, ain't no way. Okay.
So if you took that, it would be
gotcha.
It'd be 325 cash, or I'd have to do the math on the credit, but probably 400-ish credit, 4 to 450 credit, something like that.
So, like, is credit we can only use it here? Or?
Yeah, that's credit with the quartermaster. But yeah, you could potentially, because they obviously they are the quartermaster for the militia, so like they have various weapons or shields, or potentially even like horses or barding or bridling or armor or like whatever. So
Amina doesn't have barding.
She does.
Does?
She does not, but that is strictly a me thing. I'm not going to put that burden on you. I have a deal with the church and whether or not, and sometimes with the arms department, whether or not I can swap out my weapons. It depends on how armed the city is. I'm not going to put that burden on you.
Sure.
As it worked fine when we were at the tower. I swapped out my mace.
Oh wait, I'm technically not there. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Sorry, I forgot.
I would rather take gold, to be honest, just because like then we could use it on like potions and stuff. Unless like the quartermaster could get potions and then sell it to us with the credits, but
do you have to answer him now?
Okay, so I look up here. It's like potions are temporary, but armor is forever.
Yeah.
Till it breaks.
I don't
Sounds like a diamond commercial.
It does.
Exactly what I was going for.
Also, armor doesn't do anything for me. I would prefer.
You're not here, Rubato. You're not here.
You're not here. You're not here.
I feel like our treasurer probably should be.
This is a heavy armored conversation. Walk your way out.
Yeah, it is.
I could do with a nice shiny chain shirt. I mean,
it's 325 cash or 390 credit. So it's a difference
or a nice breastplate.
65 gold.
I don't know if I can persuade them to upgrade my armor. That's a heavy ask.
What is yours at right now?
I only have a scale mail, so it's taken a beating. It's not like it's anything bad. My lance has taken a ding. That's on me. I'll get that fixed, no problem. I'll swap it out for something else.
So you're saying you
However-
want like a heavy armor?
Hear me out on this. Me and you are on the front lines almost all the time.
Mm-hmm.
How many times have you been knocked unconscious?
I think
Don't
like
answer
4
that.
times now.
Exactly. The credit, you're getting more bang for buck, literally.
Mm-hmm.
On the potions,
Oh, because we're getting 30 each. That's right.
Yeah. Druge, I think, has us covered. I have confidence in Druge. He's got
We'll
us
get like
covered.
330 gold. Yeah. I think I agree with the credits because I feel like we could burn. I'm gonna ask the quartermaster, like, what is your like
Wait, what's your
armor
inventory?
selections kind of like? Yeah. Because I don't want to, like, throw in the credits and then you don't have, like, anything that would better me.
I'm not gonna lie, your horse selection kind of sucks.
Kind of sucks, yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Question. Is this like, are they making a decision for the whole group, or can like each individual person come and like based on their share?
Well, so there's
Like-
also there'll be payouts for the various like writs and stuff that you guys have completed. This is
Mhm.
just for the loot, but beyond that, I mean, really, it would just whether or not your character would be here. We kind of fast forwarded a little bit and didn't deal with the minutia of who was coming and who wasn't. So
Mhm.
whoever is there is like collectively making a decision.
Wait. Did Bahir come get the? Did I hear Bahir say he was coming to my house to get the stuff?
Yeah, I came around and collected it from
Oh.
everybody. All whoever had what. So
I'd
you would
have-
all know we were here.
I'd have to retcon some stuff then. There was a couple of things.
That involve
Oh.
the falchions and the armors.
Well, I would have come with if I.
Yeah, that's fine. So you're
Yeah, so you
there.
can be here.
I am here. We'll just
Yeah.
retcon my other stuff at my house with.
Yeah, or I mean, you can do this and then go to your house and do those things. Like I don't think order
no,
of
it was
operations.
pertinent to Auto B.
Uh-huh.
We can
I
do a
will still
That's
be there.
flashback.
fine. We can
That's
go
fine.
in any order. We're just trying to get stuff done
Okay.
in Earth time.
Yeah.
Before it's too late.
All right, so my only question is this: if there's nothing here that we want, can the quartermaster credits transfer to other quartermasters? That's the only hang up.
Ooh, these are good questions.
There aren't really other quartermasters, right? Because this, I mean, there might be on a way smaller scale, like town watches maybe have like probably one dude whose part of his job is to be the
Yeah.
quartermaster.
So if we leave here without wanting any of his stuff, don't come back to Capstone for like 3 years, then we don't have that much.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is like,
Yeah,
I
so
think
I'd
we
say it
need to
depends a
know
little
what
bit on
he
you're looking
has.
for. You know, he would have all like normally available mundane things.
Okay.
But if
Okay.
if you want to know if he has like a dwarven ergosh, like I don't know,
Yeah.
like
Okay, so
has
he would
been
have like
3
split mail,
weeks.
banded mail.
3 weeks. It's a number thinking 3 years. I think we're gonna spend this money quicker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'd get 330
Never
golds, and that's
never
only the
underestimate
falchions.
parties Want to murder hobo for
How much
saying.
do we get for the armor?
so it was 25 or 30 for the falchions and 10 or 12 for the armors.
10 or 12 for the armors.
Can we haggle for the armor just a little bit? Or is there no
I mean, you can certainly try. The base rule is that NPCs will buy stuff for at most half of its value, and then like they're probably further downscaling a little bit because of the situation here / the fact that it's like orc sized. So half value on the studded leather would be 12 and a half, and I'm
Okay,
already
so-
he's already offering you 12, so it's pretty
We
tough to
get-
get much more out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually role play my big and tall stuff that I actually said, and it's more material, and I'm gonna try that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, try and make a diplomacy check, I suppose.
Right, come on, diplomacy +2, let's go. 16. Now I know it's not in the best shape. We're getting more material, and these are the places that you could use it.
We could use it to make repairs to other armor.
Uh-huh.
Do you all have like your equipment on, or would you have left your stuff where you stayed?
I probably have my stuff on still.
I would actually have left it. Like I'm not wearing armor
My
all the
stuff-
time. That
my
is very
stuff-
uncomfortable.
My stuff stays on me at all times, but mine's only leather, so.
Does anybody there are any of the people that are there people that are equipped with crossbows?
Me.
Okay. He kind of like looks around and then he's like, can throw in 10 crossbow bolts for a crossbow, I suppose.
We're so overloaded with crossbow bolts now. Oh my god.
You don't need them. Why not? We might as well take them, you know?
We're just start doing crossbow bolt import business.
Okay, so yeah, so for the sake of IRL time, what in particular do you guys want to try and acquire so we can decide how much of it you want in credit and how much of it you want in cash?
I'm thinking all credit if we're gonna be getting like armor stuff. It's expensive.
It's
like
going
we'll
to depend
blow
on
through
what
it.
kind of armor they have here. Because we're
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
well, yeah,
all
he
of
said
it.
they have normal, yeah, any mundane. So like a breastplate would be nice for me, or like a chain shirt gives me a +1 to AC. A breastplate would give me 2.
Wait, does Bahir
Breastplate
legit
would be
have
nice.
no armor?
No, I have
Oh,
studded
scale mail.
leather.
Oh,
You have some
okay.
studded leather?
Yeah, I have studded leather. I didn't want to take it was cheaper than scale mail because I couldn't afford my greatsword if I had.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah, definitely get armor for Bahir. I thought you had armor, like better armor, so I was just very confused as to why we were trying to get
The thing is I have 3 dex bonus is why like mine is higher. But like if I got a breastplate, I could have 5 and my dex bonus, so it'd be 5. I'd have a +7.
That's what I'm looking at too.
But like, or like just a chain shirt would be a +1 for me also. And I kind of like being able to sleep in my armor.
Well, I mean, we could do credit and then get the rest in cash. It's not the problem. And
Yeah, so because some of this we can also do in Discord. It's easier to do when we're all here together, but we're already halfway through the kind of the time that we laid out that we wanted to be done by. So is there anything else that would be like a big ticket item other than the armor for potentially for Bahir that people would want? Or is that the main thing that you were trying to get?
Really, at this point, that would be the main thing we would need.
Okay.
Most of my stuff.
Then the decision that determines
Okay.
whether we want to finish this right now or scoot that to Discord is are people are in character okay with essentially half of that money going to armor for Bahir.
The other
One
half
of our
for
tanks,
Alondite.
I think we should get
Is
some better armor.
200.
Other half for Alondite? And then I'll chip, or maybe not even that. Like I'll chip
if
it.
you want, and it's
money.
fine. But if you want to debate that further, then we can probably resolve that in Discord. So just like so, give a Droosh thumb like one way or the other, if you're okay with that or not, and then we can move on for tonight.
Do we know how much like we're expecting to get from
the other stuff?
Yeah. Like, is it minuscule or is it decent?
For the reward, the writ?
Mm-hmm.
It would be
Just out of curiosity.
in the neighborhood. I didn't have it added up in that way, but it would be in the neighborhood of about 60 gold each for the 2 quests in total.
Okay.
And which is about again what this is, because if you took 325, if you took the cash and divided it by 6, that would be 54 each. 54 gold and 1 silver, actually, technically 6 copper if you really want to get into it.
And the writ money is separate.
Yes, and so then separate to that, there's about 60-ish. I'd have to add it up. That you also will be getting from the writ. So if you guys take cash from this, then in total, each of you would get somewhere between 110 and 130 gold.
Oh, so not like 200. Okay, never mind.
If I get a breastplate, that would probably be the most ideal thing for me. That's 200 gold if we are okay with that.
Right. So yeah, so the cost there essentially being that's approximately half of the value. So there'd be about 160-ish gold if you like. So if you guys did credit for that and then gold for the rest,
half credit, half here.
That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Then each of you would get about 26 gold from this, plus the 60-ish from the other stuff. So you'd get a little under 100 in cash, and Bahir would get the breastplate.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I was just curious, like how much.
Yeah, no, it's a good question to put it into context, because if you're about to get 300 each, then like another 20 each isn't really that big of a deal.
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly. Also, Callihawk does make a good point. All of this stuff only exists because Bahir's a loot goblin, so.
And I mean, I could sell my old studded leather.
That's true. You could. Yeah, we can. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point.
I kept good care of it. Made sure it was clean.
He'd give you the full 50% for that, so that's another 12.5 back.
Yeah,
so you can split that back to the party or whatever if you want to help.
I had to delete a bunch of things from my.
Oh, what did my negotiation team do?
Yeah, they can have whatever.
Your negotiation got you guys 10 crossbow bolts.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Okay, I'm going to write this down in our chat so we don't lose track of it. So we're doing 200 to credit for Bahir. Breastplate, rest, cash. Math on the cash part later.
And I now only have 20 feet of movement.
And you'll need to adjust your armor check penalty and a couple other things too.
Welcome to my speed.
I love being a rogue that uses leather armor.
Okay, and Bahir still understood. Okay, awesome. So then for the rest of the first writ for escorting Bridget, there are a couple of deductions there because they gave you a horse, and there's actually something else that they need to distribute here. So the quartermaster, as you turn in your paperwork for that, quartermaster kind of like makes a face and then like holds up his finger and disappears into the back for a while. He's gone for like 5 minutes or more. And usually he's pretty timely on things. And then he comes back out with like a box with like a ribbon on it and hands it to Alondite.
Is this for me?
That's what I was told.
Open the box.
Whatever could it be? I like start unwrapping it.
You're just gonna do it right here. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is your I don't know enough French to say this word without butchering it, but it is your courtier's clothing for like being minor nobility. So they like, it's like not tailored up or anything, so you'll probably need to have a little bit of work done on it. But yeah, it's essentially like a nice set of clothes from kind of not directly from the king, right? But like the royal treasury would have paid for it to like get you a nice set of clothing that you could wear to court when you became a knight.
I did not expect this, and even if I had have expected it, this arrived much faster than anyone could imagine.
I mean, it's been almost a 10-day.
But the courier just arrived yesterday, last night.
No, not that's not where it came from. So you're not the only like knight in this area. The courier that Bridget dispatched when she sent you guys like on your way to your quest would have been like 6 days ago. So like that information as far as like internal working go, that's been several days in the making.
I hate to
Actually do a minor inspection of it, just not like to be rude, but just to like see if there's any like with the nobility outfit, if it's or courtier, is there any gems on it, or do I have to add my own?
So there is not. I actually have that noted. So that's a good question. There's a little sealed note in there also that says that because this like fabric is relatively. I mean, it's expensive in that, like, fabric, and especially nice fabric and colored fabric and whatnot, is like valuable, but it's easy to transport. It's quick to like throw on a barge that's coming upriver or whatever. It doesn't take up much space or weight, or like it's easy to move around, and you don't need to. Not that they would insure it, but you know what I mean. Like they don't need to like. There's no special whatever that you need to do for it. But normally an outfit like this would also be accompanied by some jewelry. So there's like a note stamped by the. I know I don't have this sheet up, but by the Baron of the Central Barony, who is like granting you, kind of like to claim when you get to the capital, like 15 gold worth of jewelry, accompany that. But so that would just be, that would be whatever cufflinks, rings, like however you want to kind of adorn that.
Looks like you've made it.
Then he also distributes out a like purse to you guys with 60 gold in coins, and kind of punches off another ticket on Skabosh's community service note for 10 gold.
I get 50.
Well, no. So there's 60 gold in coinage, and then like 10 gold worth of community service is marked off on your where they track that.
A -4 on my skills makes my soul hurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're going to be clanky, just like.
Okay. So yeah, that took slightly longer than anticipated, but that's okay. We got that all dealt with. So knowing that we have time for like one or maybe two more short things, who else wants to do a thing? Yeah.
We're going back in time though.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yep.
Earlier this morning.
I'll be working on this while she's traveling with them. I'm gonna bust out the alchemical set.
Excellent.
And you have the stuff?
Yes, it's on the stove.
Okay. And I'm gonna try to make us some liquor,
Excellent.
some booze.
There's one thing you'll note is that I woke up way before you to start this, and I've already like redone my face makeup and like I'm all covered up. And you get out, and my mother and younger sister are also clothed the same way, but my middle sister is not.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So, I see we have begun.
We have.
All right, and I'll set up my my alchemy kit. And
The jars are all washed,
beautiful.
ready to go.
Let us begin with my artisan alchemist tools.
What, sweetie? No, it's fine.
So for anybody who remembers Easter eggs, like who knows, like prologue episode like 5 when they were shopping.
I bought 11 potatoes.
Skabosh was randomly like, I have potatoes, and we were all like, okay. Apparently this has been in the works that whole time.
I refreshed my makeup.
I made a command.
We were keeping track to make sure we still had the potatoes in case I had to like eat any of them or throw any of them.
That's amazing.
It's going to be 0 in a moment. So I just roll alchemy.
We don't know what we're rolling for.
I don't know what I'm doing.
No, that's fine. I'll put that into dues for now.
Okay. That's fair. We can
We've
roll
been
off to
talking
the side
about
later.
this in Discord for like every session. It's like, when are
Yeah.
we going to do the thing? It's like,
When
well,
do we
we're
have a
not
chance?
back yet.
And then while she is away with the 2 tin cans now, I will also be working on playing with some of the other alchemical supplies I've got.
Okay.
And seeing if I can work on any potions that route, which we can also deal with the paperwork later. And then I might go and see Angela or see who talk to about working on some spells, perhaps, if I have free time after alchemical play.
Yeah, in general, crafting is awful and takes forever. So we can look into it, but
Angela, yeah.
yes, Angela's the magic shop. So for now we can deal with that later, and we can swing into Angela's shop really quickly. Is there anybody else that wants to come along for that?
I probably would.
Okay.
Mostly because she amuses me.
Yeah, would this have been after then that
Yeah,
you've
this would have,
returned with
because it would take you a
money?
while to do whatever alchemy, even if it's just the distilling part. Like even if you can't really
Right.
do the potions, it would still take you a while. So yeah, that would be a later in the kind of deal.
So how much money would I have acquired then from the writs?
Well, so you still need to collect the other writ from after Bridget gets back. So that hasn't
Right.
happened yet. But there was 60 gold in coinage paid out there. So I mean, however you guys want to distribute that, but that would be 10 per person. Plus your cut, assuming that you guys were going to split up the remainder of the the money from the weapons. Quick maths. You would have gotten 27 gold. It would be each person's cut of the weapon and armor trade, and then another 10 from the first writ. So 37 gold each from those.
Nice.
We got 60 gold.
Well, I guess it also depends. Are you guys giving Bahir an even split of cash after he also gets the breastplate?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you might get a little bit more.
Well, I thought
Not
that the
do math.
breastplate was part of the loot split.
Yeah, it is.
separate.
So then you said you were going to cash out the
Mhm.
rest of it.
Oh, right.
So then,
Right.
how are you distributing that cash?
That's a fair point.
'Cause that number that I just quoted may be a little bit higher.
I kind of agree with
I still-
God.
That's exactly what I was just about to say. I was just, before I read that message, is that we wouldn't have that, like, we wouldn't have had that money without.
Okay.
But
Yeah, it doesn't
so I
lose
think we
it.
include him on that.
Yep.
cut.
Thank you.
Okay.
Otherwise, it would be a straight his cut type thing. Yeah, it's still.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. Whatever works for you guys. It's just making sure that.
And it's supposed to be a pool, right? And charged by Ava.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I thought the loot splitting money was going to be held by Ava because we all trust Ava the most. Hold on to them, use it for, you know.
That's fine. I don't think I was like in a position where so what I was, I guess last night, like after we all had met with Albert, my plan was to go back to like the scout like barracks or whatever word would
Mhm.
be appropriate for that. So I don't think I would have known about like the selling of the weapons, but like afterwards I can hang on to that. Like we can like all meet up again
Yeah, we'll just find
and
you
see how we.
Party money.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because I think before last session or the session before we said something about like holding a certain amount for like the party to have like
Yeah,
all
I
together
don't
like
have
our
that
pool.
number, so I hope somebody does because that's on you. Track of.
I don't think we've had party gold up until this point.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
true. That was
I think
before
I
you
did.
did it. That was
I
what you were
should-
asking. So
yeah.
that was more in theory than yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
how much of the money we were just discussing is going to party fund versus how much are we getting for this
So
moment?
I
That's my
spent
question.
200 of it. Okay, so we had 390, I think
Well,
is what I
sort of,
had
right? Because
Oh,
there's
wait,
a
no, you
difference
didn't spend
in rate
200 of it.
between cash and credit. So you need the cash amount would have been 325. Then you would take half out of the cash amount because you use half of the credit. So then like
So that's what gets
half
us to
out of
that 37 each.
yeah, so it's 20. So the chunk of that is 27 each, and then there's an additional 10 each from the writ.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the 27 that was for each of us, that's going to the party.
Okay, hold on. Half sale. Wait. Don't let me do math.
Yeah.
We all know how that happened last.
No, it's fine. So yeah. So there would have been 325 if you guys just took money. There would have been 390. So I'm just going to round it up to 400 if you guys had taken credit. So using 200 of the credit, 200 is half of the 400 credit, which also means that you would lose half of the cash amount, right? Because half of the total funds, wherever they're coming from, half of the funds are being spent on the. So then, so you're going to get half of whatever the cash amount would have been, which would have been 325. So half of 325 is 162.5. So how do you want to split that up? If you were to hand each person an even split of 162.5 gold, each person would get 27 gold.
That was what we originally agreed was going to go into the party fund, was the money from the sales,
The
right?
loot.
Yeah.
The loot was going to go to party fund. So this is just going to hang on to
162 gold and 5 silver.
Yeah.
And then the other cash you talked about was just 10 gold from the writ.
Yes, each person, again, do whatever you want with that. There's 60 gold there. So if that's not going into the party fund and that's going to individuals, then presumably each person will get 10 gold cash.
So everyone would get
each,
10.
and
So
gold
we're
Everybody
just
gets
doing
10.
the loot is going to the party. Yeah.
Everybody
Plus-
gets 10, and Ava has math homework.
Okay.
Yeah. Plus, this is, and just to make sure that I understand correctly as well, this does not include anything from Bridget's, because she's coming back tonight.
Correct.
Yeah,
And then that money will be
first
honored.
writ is for escorting
Right.
Bridget to the tower.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So just for like shopping purposes, like
Hold
tomorrow,
on.
tomorrow you'll have more money,
Correct.
which we would know in game.
Yes.
We're calculating writs into party funds?
No.
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 Okay, good. Because that makes a
We're
serious
keeping the writs.
complication
We're
if-
selling the loot.
And so 100
loot goes in the party.
right.
Yes.
And
Writs go into your pocket.
And you said 162 gold and 5 silver or 5 copper?
5 silver. Yeah, the copper
Silver,
would have been if
okay.
you each took individual cuts. So
Okay, sounds good. I have all that noted. Okay.
Okay.
Play.
All right,
Unpause.
moving on.
we did it. Clear as mud.
Yeah. What's clearer than mud? Because we're on the other side of that.
I'm still missing something. Who gets 10 gold each?
All of it.
Everybody.
Everybody.
For the rip.
Everyone get, on top of the
Everyone gets 10.
on top of the 60.
No, that is the 60. There are 6 of you. There is 60 gold.
We don't get 60 each, we get
Yeah.
10 each.
Okay.
Okay.
I misunderstood that as well. I thought we were.
Well, yeah. So if you guys took
Nope. It's fine.
if you guys took the cash,
Let's
split from the
not. We
weapons-
don't need an explanation.
We're done. We're good. Moving
We
on.
got it.
No more.
We're at Angela's shop.
We got the math.
We're poor as
Well done.
F with these quests.
There's a church riverbed after a storm, right? Okay, so yes, you go find your way back around to the alley where you have previously accessed Angela's shop. This is not a perfect representation of it, but it's close enough to get the point across. And as you step in to the door, there's just a brief sensation of kind of vertigo, and you have to kind of like not even stop and catch your breath necessarily, but it just kind of like puts a stutter in your step. And then you step through the door, which is still flanked by the 2 skeletal guardians. And you find Angela kind of meandering about the shop. And she stops and like holds her hand up to you and comes over. It's like, well, hello there.
Hello again, Angela. How are we today?
Oh, just fine. It was quite busy the last time that you were in here, but it's been a little bit slower. And don't you worry, that bull that was here last time that was a little bit naughty. I got the door and everything repaired, so.
Very good. I'll make sure not to startle anybody again.
Yeah, that would be my preference.
Yeah. Hmm.
She looks exactly like the last time.
Hmm.
That's unnatural.
Looks fine to me.
Yeah, in case for anybody who hasn't been here, I guess as a quick intro to Angela, she is the owner of this magic shop, obviously, but she is by all accounts, a beautiful human woman. I forget exactly what age I described her as, but I think I said like early 30s. Who, no matter where she is or what the lighting is, her face is like always well lit. It's almost like there's always like a beauty mirror pointed at her or something, or like a
How
makeup
true
mirror.
if she's real.
She's got the magical ring light. Well, we're here to do a little perusing after some recent hard adventuring. You'd had some really fantastic robes and outfits I had seen last time. I was really curious about, but
yes, I move a lot of inventory through here, but I can't say as I've ever had a day where I didn't have something interesting to look at. I don't see your friend here. How did my potion work out for him?
he was really sad to have to use it.
Wait, did he use it?
No.
I was gonna say, I thought you guys still had it.
I wasn't sure.
Never used
I mean, you can still totally say that, obviously, but
It sounds like one of those. Wait, he actually used it?
They'll probably say something like, he just really hasn't wanted to part with it yet. He's still holding on to it.
kind of smiles. She's like, I do tend to have that effect on people, I suppose, but I hope if the time ever comes that everything works out well.
Oh, well, there's definitely been ample time he could have used it.
So
Otherwise,
what brings you by today? And then she looks over her shoulder and like points at one of the skeletons, and it goes like tottering off into the like a different part of the room.
oh, those are fun, aren't they? And you guys really didn't like it when I did that. I'd say over to Skabosh.
Mostly doing it out in front of people who might hurt you.
Well,
She like really exaggeratedly like lifts her eyebrows up and kind of like clicks her tongue at you. Like, naughty, naughty.
I mean, we were under attack at the time. It was an appropriate moment. I just keep perusing through, but yeah, I do recall you had some new threads, and mine are a little worn from my time in the wilds.
She comes it's slow, but she comes kind of like almost skipping along behind you. And is like, yes, I see that. Somehow after so few days, it almost makes me wonder if I would want to sell you one of my robes. I'd hate to see it treated like this.
Well, I mean, I try my best to stay out of harm's way, but there seems to be more aggressive mages that are causing problems, and they have more range than your average beastly swordsman. But I suppose if I was going to be damaging my robes, my suit, I'd much rather do it in a duel of the wits than hand-to-hand combat.
She kind of like squats down when you say that about the other spellcasters, and like she doesn't ask your permission or anything, but squats down and kind of like looks at you, and then kind of like pokes her finger in through the little like hole that the lightning bolt made when it hit you. It's like, yes, I see you have some firsthand experience there.
Yeah, that would be the one. That I don't remember a whole lot after that. That hurt. It's left.
I would imagine so. That's not really my specialty personally, but I'm glad that it worked out for you.
It's not exactly my specialty either. It's a good thing I had backup.
Always hate to lose a customer, especially one as interesting as you.
I aim to please, and I bow.
Yeah, seeing that you're just kind of meandering around, like looking at stuff, she kind of leaves you to it and goes kind of like skipping off down the aisle.
But yeah, I'm specifically looking for clothing, anything magical, of course, that could possibly be used to help in my either defense or magical ability, something along those lines. We could always look at options.
Yeah, that's fine.
Off stream.
We can put that on the to-do list. In general, that kind of stuff is going to be more expensive than what you like currently have available to you, but we can find something to potentially try and put on layaway or something.
Yeah, I've got a decent chunk of cash reserved, but yeah, we'll discuss some options later off stream, and maybe there's something else I can find and put something on layaway.
Yeah, exactly. And much like the potion that Bahir bought, it's not altogether uncommon for her to have. It's not something that she does like regularly. There's not like a section of like Angela's custom items or anything like that. But as you kind of like look around here and there, you can see you see like something labeled every now and then that that says kind of like special price or surprise magical effect or something like that sort of thing.
I would definitely take in clearance deals for sure.
So, okay. Is there anything, the shopping part of that we can deal with later? Is there anything else that you'd like to try and like talk with her about, or anything else that you want me to note, just kind of for us to like deal with off stream?
I would also want to discuss with her possible learning some new spells. She's the only other arcane caster I know of, other than the one scribe that I had. Although I don't know if technically he was an arcane caster, probably, if he was able to scribe arcane spells.
Okay. So yeah, she's kind of back at her little like desk back here, back of the room.
Nope, not on the counter.
Yeah, the moving in 5-foot squares is both great and annoying, the way that it handles some of that stuff.
Yep.
As you approach, she's like flipping through a book, and you hear her kind of like humming under her breath.
Do I recognize the tune?
You do not. In fact, you don't even like recognize the language. Kind of like hum sing song, like, you know, kind of floating in and out of something, but it does sound kind of sad.
Interesting. Have any spell that can? No, probably wouldn't be too pleased with me casting a spell in her direction, anyways. Not that I have one that would possibly be able to understand different languages, but
at least alert her first.
I'm really good at that, though, if you haven't noticed. Not prepared, anyways. Yeah. I was also in the market for some new spells. Do you have books or scrolls, or do you teach by chance? As I lean against the counter.
There's when you first start to ask about books and whatnot, she goes to kind of point off to one side to like indicate where you might be able to find some things like that. Then when you ask about teaching, she kind of like stops partway through the motion, and a bit of a almost kind of like a glint in her eyes, and kind of stops and thinks for a second and smiles at you, and she's like, I don't know that you would want to learn what I might have to teach, but I do occasionally deal with scrolls and books. It's not really my main fare. I find all that a bit droll myself, but sometimes somebody gives me a very good price on something because well, I guess the reasons may vary, but sometimes people really need some cash or need to need to get something out of their hands for whatever reason, and I'm a collector of interesting.
Merc's trying to push his sorcery business in game now. I see how it is.
she has stats, so that's not just out of nowhere. She has class levels and stuff.
Of course she does. Yeah, just not of the superior mage, I see.
She's not a sorceress either.
Oh. Thought you brought her in just to make a point to me.
No, and even if I had, I made Angela dates way back to the beginning of the first campaign.
Fantastic. Well, I will thank her again, and we may talk more about spells still, but I will peruse the books and scrolls and see if there's something that piques my interest. And then we can fade to black from there as far as I'm concerned, unless Kabosh has ideas for shopping there.
I'm just looking around.
Okay.
Just perusing.
So yeah, there's like another...
Actually, you ever get any magical type of armor? I'll come by at some.
Like I deal in all sorts of things. I don't really use any of it myself. I'm quite happy with myself the way that I am, but I'm always happy to make a deal and to meet interesting folks and to hear about their adventures in the wider world. So
I don't have much now, but thing you do,
you said you had your equipment with you, right?
Yeah, but
No, that's fine. How do you store your daggers?
got 2 on me and hilt.
Mm.
Okay. I'm assuming you came over, called her over. And when you say that you don't have, any money right now or whatever, just kind of smiles and like pokes your bag and is like, no, I remember when you bought those that was a bit of a stretch for you. And then as she's doing that, she looks up over her shoulder or over your shoulder rather, and like kind of like lets out another big like, oh, welcome kind of smile, and kind of like shuffles past you. And if either of you look over there, you see like through the door has come like a smallish like flying creature with red skin and horns in its forehead, and it comes kind of like flitting into the room and like starts talking to her.
Alondite's
I was just about to say, maybe we don't invite him to this store.
problem.
I don't know if that would go well.
If we find anything that he might be able to use, though, we definitely.
Oh, of course,
turns to you and tuts and says, now, everyone is welcome here.
Oh, no, we understand that, but our friend is quite easily roused.
Mm.
Wouldn't want a fight starting in your shop to cause more problems.
She like all semblance of like not that she's incordial, but like all semblance of like kind of bubbliness and happiness and whatnot like drops, and she's no, I would not recommend it.
Yeah, no, we don't want to cause
we don't want our friend to end up like the bull.
Yeah, the incident with the bull was nearly bad for more than just the bull.
Yeah,
we understand. Probably won't. We have some other friends who might enjoy it. Rouge might.
Rouge would like this place quite a bit, yeah.
She turns around and like gives a quick wave to the flying creature, which starts to like flit off, and then she goes kind of like skipping off after him again.
Where I go.
Yeah, we've got what we came for.
Did you get something?
I don't know. Maybe we'll discuss that later.
Yeah.
No, I am kind of curious though what the our little impish friend may be looking at though, as we're kind of headed towards the door.
Be rude.
I'm just taking a peek.
Make a spot check on the way out the door.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, if I can see what he might be looking at. Nothing.
No.
I was distracted by the pretty lady.
We can end things the way that they started them. You just see kind of in general they're over by like a large box. You kind of glowing as you step out through the door.
Till next time.
And then the same thing on the way out the door. There's just the briefest sensation of vertigo, like you just like stepped on the edge of a precipice with a straight drop, and just not even quite to dizziness, but you just kind of like and then you find yourself in the alleyway and on you go. Thank you so much to all of our players. Amras on Alondite, Mind Over Mandy on Ava, Festive Team Rocket, Bahir, Dr. Huge Time on Druge, PPO Mendez on Rubato, and of course the wonderful Pixie on Skabosh. Thank you all for making so much fun for all of us that are here now, and everybody that gets a chance to watch after the fact. And then also shout out to for Mind Over Mandy _ and Dr. Huge Time, both also Twitch streamers. They don't stream D&D regularly. This was, in fact, D&D was brand new for them as they came with us. But absolutely wonderful folks who play a lot of games in a similar wheelhouse to us. Lots of survival builders, and for Mandy and Druge actually has been expanding his variety a lot recently, but does a lot of primarily horror stuff. So both absolutely wonderful folks. You should go check them out. Mind Over Mandy _ and Dr. Huge Time.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks
so much.
everyone for playing.
Yeah, have a great
Bye,
day
guys.
tomorrow.
Fun, guys.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Night.